Schizophrenics of Reddit, what were the first signs of your break from reality, and how would you warn others for early detection? First sign was I can hear people from other side of the roads or in other rooms loud and clear, but instead of just whispering about their own conversation, I hear them talk about me, planning to do things to me. Any sounds at not allowed enough volume for me to hear clearly turns into a murder plot. Second sign was feeling a bugs crawling on me at all time. Of course, when I look, there is no bugs there, and the feelings go away, but this often keeps me up at night. I was convinced there was thousands of insects at all time on my skin. Third sign was the need to run away. I skip towns to towns because I have a bad feeling about it. Paranoia, anger, everyone is against me. Edit. Wow, this kind of blow up. So I thought I would add some additional information towards the drug trigger debate below. I thought it might help somebody. In questing before schizophrenia, I was depressed, bulimic, and always had anxiety. I self-medicate a lot with drugs, and even had brief psychosis after prolonged meth usage, but drugs wasn't my trigger. In my 20s, I got married and then divorced, and the stress of it was what brings my adult onset to life. I have stopped using at that point. Schizophrenia is completely different with a drug-induced psychosis, and I know different people have different triggers, but if you think you might have some symptoms of schizophrenia, I suggest you stay far away from stress as much as possible, because that's what happened to me. Therapy helps a lot of people, but it didn't help me. I don't like to talk about it. I don't know if it was the great distrust I have in people, or whatever reasons. I just feel like I suffer twice when I talk about it. I used to be very open with people and therapists when it was just depression, but now I keep everything to myself because I just want to forget. I'm terrified of drugs now because of what might happen, so I have not used any since my diagnosis, but I drink heavily and it helps me in a strange way, make me get through the day. See a question, ask if I can tell what is real and what is not, and the answer is no. I went through a period of time of being cyberbullied, doxxed, and stalked after my diagnosis, and from it, I'm now scared of cell phones, doorbells, mails, interactions in general. Any kind of social media interaction that is not anonymous like Reddit, but I still wonder if it was real or it was me. I genuinely have no idea. I believed it was real, but who knows? I don't. One of the saddest thing about being a schizo is how life-changing it is, and things changing is a trigger for most schizophrenic. It is a complete dark merry-go-round. I used to have a great job. I used to have people who love me. I used to travel the world. Everything that was good for me leave me, or I ran away from it. When something positive comes to me, I thought I'm here, but I'm not the person supposed to be here, and I fuck it up. It spirals and you are so scared, but you can't help yourself. And yes, schizophrenia get worse all the time. You thought you get used to it, and then new sheets show up. I have given up on meds because there is no true cure, just mere comfort. It just makes me binge eat, get fat, and then comes the worsened bulimia and body dysmorphia. Can't look at my own face anymore. The only things that helps is silence, laying in the dark, and try to forget. My mother, father, and college roommate all had schizophrenia. In the case of both of my mother and roommate, their first signs early on was hearing their name being called and no one was there. More voices came for my mother, and eventually visuals. My roommate started feeling things on her, then delusions, and every possible kind of hallucination. I don't know what the first signs were for my father, but earlier delusions were that he thought he was on a game show, and that he was being watched by the CIA. Edit. This was a quick post, so I'll add more here for clarity. First, my roommate was feeling touches and insects on her. The feeling of insects is probably common. She would also see spiders/flies. She had an unusually quick progression and would hallucinate demons and sometimes flat out dissociate and go into something like a bad acid trip involving demons. My mother is currently medicated, but still hears demons talking to her. She is highly religious now. She also, apparently, hears the voice of one of her previous miscarriages, which she says is comforting. During the day she is very functional, but when she doesn't take medication she gets bad, and her symptoms worsen at night. Voices tell her what to do, that is, don't drink wine. It used to be much worse with her. When I was a kid she told me she was talking to Jesus and a baby in the guest room, and Jesus said I would live forever. She would bring food to the attic because she thought someone was living in it. Once I went into her bathroom and saw she had written in pencil all over the counters and walls, like in a movie. She told me she was moving to Brazil to find treasure. She told me my father would turn into a winged demon, fly around, and beat her. He probably did beat her. My father was mostly delusional, and he thought he was being watched by the government, or aliens, or anything. This was in common with my roommate, who thought she was being watched by government/alien satellites, and would cover the windows with foil. My dad doesn't speak much about his symptoms, but has told me he remembers traveling through time to watch my mother get abused as a child. With the help of aliens, a lot of you wondered how I am. I'm okay. One risk factor was that my parents were pretty big cokeheads for a while, but at least my mother's symptoms started before all of that. As mentioned, she was also abused as a kid, so this could have contributed. I'm currently getting my PhD in genetics. I try not to think too much about what motivates me to study this topic other than an interest and talent in the field. One of my husband's good friends was never formally diagnosed, but we are almost certain he had some form of paranoid schizophrenia. He began to be very paranoid about anything when his symptoms first started. He believed a lot of conspiracy theories, like crazy ones about aliens invading, and that a group of aliens from space were watching his every move. On one occasion, he and my husband had gone to a coffee shop together, and after about 45 minutes, the friend started to tense up and talked about how another man in the shop was a secret agent sent to spy on him. Instead of saying something like, "Nah man, everything's fine, you're overreacting," my husband grabbed his friend's hand and said, "Man, that sounds terrifying. Let's get out of here and go to another shop instead where you'll feel more safe." I tear up a little bit just thinking about it. He was a completely normal guy until his symptoms started around age 23, with the exception of having some depression and probably being an alcoholic. He was an incredibly smart guy, but last year he killed himself. He had been largely abandoned by his friends for being too weird, and he didn't have much going for him when he had to move back home with his parents. But I'll always remember how kind and compassionate my husband was to him in those last months. His parents were also not very helpful and kind of brushed off his weird mannerisms, and so they didn't try to get him help. My first indication that he had become schizophrenic were his really cryptic Facebook posts that he'd make. They just seemed a little off. Nothing that would make you scream, "Oh my gosh, I think he's schizophrenic." They were just much different to things he'd normally post. I made a throwaway because I really wanted to share this. I started smoking pot heavily when I was 16 or 17 and started to use magic mushrooms as well. Eventually I thought that an angel named Satan, yes, the Satan, visited me. I basically hallucinated him inside of my head and found him charismatic, charming and awesome. I was having conversations with who I thought was Satan. Yes, again, the Satan. But I didn't think he was evil. I thought he was a pretty angel. I made my own Ouija board to try and communicate with Satan and other beings. I was told through the board that I was the world's chosen messiah. I would just use my point finger and it would move on its own. I believed every bit of it and thought I was Satan's chosen messiah and that the world was going to come to an end. I told a bunch of people this, and I even got a girlfriend while I was claiming to be Satan. Not joking, I thought I had superpowers related to energy and could heal diseases and perform miracles. When I eventually told my parents of my revelation, they called a local priest on me to basically talk to me and exorcise me. I cursed him in the name of Satan and he left, very scared. I eventually was taken to a mental hospital by my parents, and then I lied to all of the mental hospital people. I told them that I was just a normal guy and my parents were uptight Christians. Truth is, I was batshit insane. I lied to everyone at the mental hospital and they let me out 3 days later. At this point I made peace with my parents and I stopped sharing my delusional thoughts. Eventually the delusions disappeared on their own. Some things I did under delusions: stayed awake for days with amphetamines and played the Ouija board. The Ouija board said that I would win the lottery, no doubt. So I convinced my friend at the time to play a lottery tickets with me. I remember how disappointed we were when all we won was like enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. After playing all different types of lotto. I tried to summon demons using a ram's horn and tried to make creepy puppets. It weirded me out, so I threw the skull into the woods somewhere at a homeless camp. I convinced at least 3 other people of my delusions. I basically made my own delusional cult at the age of 19 or so. I won't reveal anything about them obviously, but still. I then convinced a girl that I met online that I was the messiah, and we had a horrible relationship for 1 year. Thought that muffins were communicating messages to me secretly because I was the messiah. I laid on hands a mentally disabled guy at my workplace and thought I healed him of his sins. He thanked me. Had a sit down talk with a member of a Catholic church whom I was trying to deceive somehow. So yeah. If you're 16/17, stay away from psychedelic drugs. It might send your schizophrenia into high gear by 18/19, like it did for me. It feels good to get it off my chest. None of this is a joke. I've never told anyone this. Disclaimer, it's hard to say if this was caused by schizophrenia or something else, as I was incorrectly diagnosed with something else and had a poor reaction to the meds, or more accurately had a poor reaction to quitting the meds because I didn't like the side effects. Anyways, I became convinced that the universe was a Matrix-like simulation, and that I was some kind of main character, if you will, and that I wouldn't face any negative consequences for my actions, since I was destined to win. I stopped going to my job, but I didn't mention it to my fiancé. I'd just head out in the morning and go fuck around for 8 hours. I'd had a fairly conservative upbringing and had only had sex with my fiancé, which I decided wasn't fair, so I set about trying to fuck as many women as possible. I slept with about 5 women during this episode, and at the time, felt zero remorse because hey, I'm the star of the show, and since I want to do it, that makes it okay. In retrospect, it's probably good that my deluded self didn't decide killing people for fun or something was a good way to test out life without rules. I also sometimes think back to my behavior during that time and question things like self-identity or the idea of a set personality. In my normal state, I'm a somewhat quiet and unassuming guy, but deluded me was a charming, confident devil who took risks and always knew what to say to women. Kind of scary, honestly. This all took place over the course of just under a month. A couple of weeks to decide this was all a joke and that following the rules was for suckers. Then 2 weeks of not going to work and sleeping around. Obviously my fiancé found out and left me, and my parents forced me to go back to the psychiatrist after that. Thanks dad. The warning signs were the pretty typical sudden shift in worldview and erratic behavior, but I was really going out of my way to hide it. But yeah, if your friend or family member goes from deeply religious to atheist seemingly overnight, or vice versa, and they undergo a drastic change in behavior, particularly if it's for the worse, that's bad news. The good news is that the proper meds, mindfulness, and having a fairly rigid and disciplined lifestyle allow me to lead a pretty normal life. So that's nice. Sorry for the length. Don't really think I could shorten this, though. I was just about to turn 18 and doing a lot of psychedelics. I ended up finding mad and mushrooms were a good mix and helped with my anxiety and depression. One time I ended up getting pure meth instead of mab. I did a lot of mushrooms along with it and had a really intense trip. At the end of this trip was a crippling depression. A couple weeks went by and I just went crazier and crazier. I think it was the depression. I don't know what the meth mixed with shrooms did, but nothing made me happy anymore. I was too depressed to even kill myself, if that makes sense. I seemed to be fine before this, depressed and anxious and a young insomniac, but nothing seriously crazy or nearly this intense. Now, it's hard to tell when you're crazy, because it seems faking normal. Taking a cigarette and leaving it in a glass of water out in the sun to drink it as a tea and gain spiritual superpowers sounds crazy as faking shit. But after that trip it was a walk in the park. I thought I was God and could change dimensions at will, and the scariest thing was I almost could. I would feel sensations that are very hard to describe. An example would be my thoughts would spiral up like a radio tower through my head and float above me. Or I felt a giant winged bug instead of lungs for a couple seconds. It sounds crazy, but I really physically felt sensations like this. I spiraled out of control and ended up in jail and rehab. Didn't do anything else besides smoke weed and cigs for a year after that trip. I could write a trilogy on my experiences in jail and the 3 court-ordered rehabs I ended up in. It was wild. Tons of abuse, physical, mental, and psychological. It was very confusing and really made my mind warp bad for a while. Eventually after 6 months I got to this point where I would be okay 90% of the time and then have a bad week. Eventually I got home and then got diagnosed with bipolar, got into psychotics and that helped a bunch. Later on and I'm officially diagnosed as bipolar and schizoaffective. I'm 23 now. Haven't had a serious break of reality for a couple years now, thanks to an antipsychotic I take consistently. I have gone off it in the past and had episodes after some time. It seems like I had warning signs before that bad trip, but I'm sure my episodes wouldn't be as bad without that trip I had. I'm in no way discouraging proper and safe psychedelic use, unless you have a family history of concerning mental health. They really did help me an immense amount before I had that experience. Now it's too risky. Edit. Okay, so there's one huge thing that I didn't do during that big episode. I didn't tell anyone what I was experiencing. I kept it to myself, and I think that's why everything spiraled so far out of control. I definitely was paranoid then, and that might be part of the reason, but kinda didn't want anybody to know, and thought it would just blow over, like a hangover or something. It didn't, and it got worse. So if you're worried about your mental health, talk to someone you trust about it. Unusual beliefs. I didn't have hallucinations, but I had delusions. I had to cover up my webcam on my laptop because I believed I was being spied on through it. That was probably the first sign. I then took the batteries out of my smoke detector because I believed my smoke detectors had hidden microphones in it listening to me. I became convinced I was tracked online. Soon I started getting hidden messages in music and videos. Like I thought music videos made by celebrities were about me and communicating to me messages. Like Bad Blood was a celebrity mad at me. A video by Katy Perry about birthdays made me think she was trying to tell me of an upcoming economic collapse. I believed they were hidden messages for my eyes only. Soon I believed people were out to get me. Out to kill me. People walking in the same direction as me on the street were following me, and I was hospitalized multiple times. I wanted it to stop. I wanted to die. I drank bleach, doused myself in gasoline, etc. There was no talking me out of my delusions. I believed them 100%, as if they were a religious belief. They weren't logical either. Even when I would admit that I couldn't prove what I believed, I still believed it and thought everyone else was wrong. For 3 years I was delusional. I watched old game shows 12 hours a day because I only newly made commercials and videos had hidden messages for me. Finally over this last summer it cleared up. I could finally see clearly that I was delusional, and only then did I accept my diagnosis as schizophrenic. Was going to make a throwaway account, but I shouldn't even have to. Many people can be predisposed for whatever reason towards schizophrenia, but never have it triggered. For me, a childhood and teenhood full of stress and dysfunction obviously built it up, and weed was the trigger. I started when I was 14. I liked it, but noticed a couple of times I caught freaky glimpses of things I knew couldn't be there. Thinking back, I also had a few experiences when I wasn't even high of bizarre things happening, like being in the middle of doing something and getting a weird sensation of parts of my body swinging big and small, or flashes of what I can only describe as texture, or one time being zoned out in class, half aware of what everyone was doing / saying around me. Then suddenly I decided to focus on the lesson, and everything around me repeated itself exactly as it had 5 minutes before. This wasn't déjà vu, not a feeling. I knew exactly what people were about to say and what was going to come up on the next PowerPoint slide before it did. It was weird, but thinking the teacher must just be going through her slides again, I asked my friend next to me, "Didn't we just go through all this?" And he gave me a weird look and said no. That was really freaky. I can't explain it to this day, although I guess I have this diagnosis. Anyway, as a kid I always zoned out and found it hard to concentrate in class. When I was a small child I also remember randomly hearing a sound, as if someone had said MA. but kind of knowing it must have just been some brain glitch. I thought everyone must have it. Sometimes I'd shout out one of the sounds and pretend I hadn't just to trick people because I thought it was so normal. I remember the penultimate time I got high before shit hit the fan. I got a phone call from my dad telling me my younger sister had been taken to the doctor about a rash on her face and they found it to be impetigo. It wasn't serious at all, but I freaked out. I knew it wasn't serious, but that didn't matter. I was still worried about it, and it wouldn't go away for a good hour. The time I got high after that is when the aforementioned fan sheet hitting happened. I made hash browns with a friend. We took one each and went to the cinema. Quarter of the way through the film everything suddenly changed. The universe, everything. There was a sudden sense of impending doom. I went to the toilet for a breather. It didn't help. I thought a fizzy drink will help. Sugar, fluid. I got a Sprite. I thought exercise. Just walk. I left the cinema and walked down the high street. I kept seeing people I knew everywhere. I remember not being able to tell if it was real or not. The panic has not revealed by the time I got to the other end of the high street. I thought coffee caffeine. I got a shitty McDonald's coffee. I'd never bought one in my life before. I hate the stuff. I walked back up the high street with my Sprite in one hand, my coffee in the other, alternately sipping both of them in desperation, walking through crowds and crowds of faces I hadn't seen in years. I thought I'd just need time. I'd left my friend in the cinema, so I texted her saying I couldn't go back in. I'd meet her outside after it finished, and I sat for what felt like hours, silently freaking out in my head, while the world crashed down around me. I think the sun started going down. Eventually I got a text from her saying I wasn't there when she'd came out and she'd gone home. I have no idea how that happened. So I went home and told myself, sleep, you just need to sleep it off and everything will be fine. I laid in bed freaking the fuck out for hours, feeling like I was sinking into my mattress. At one point I saw a flash of something I don't want to start talking about. I don't know if my eyes were open or closed, but I can only say that I felt like I'd seen a glimpse of hell itself, and even a glimpse was too much terror to comprehend. I tried sleeping that night but I couldn't. I had a weird trance-like thing going on instead of sleep. I was aware of the whole thing, and I was just there in my head watching thousands of strains of thought for what felt like eternity. I can't remember the specifics of the next day, but I was desperately hoping and telling myself that the high would wear off soon. But it didn't. It wasn't a high. I'd triggered a fully blown psychotic episode that lasted in total about a year. It went very much untreated because the services local to me are incompetent as shit. I spent months in a constant panic attack, extreme paranoia and delusions set in, even though I knew they shouldn't be there. I thought people were coming to get me. I thought evil was trying to taint me through TV, radio, CDs in my parents' CD cases. I ripped up hardcore talk I'd done because certain songs were playing on the radio whilst I did it, and it was evil. I was afraid to look at my feet because they looked weird, and I was scared I'd chop them off or something. The warm tap was evil and the cold good, so I had cold baths. Everything I had once loved was evil. I wasn't allowed to listen to my music or play my instruments. At one point I thought I had to choose between my mum and my dad because one was evil and the other was good. Everything became about the duality of good and evil and everything was a test. Everything about me before this happened was evil. I started religiously carrying apples with me everywhere because an apple a day keeps the doctor away, and I knew that something was very wrong. I just couldn't do anything about it. I was so panicked that I couldn't even keep my daily apple down. Everything I put in my mouth felt too weird and everything I swallowed would come back up within half an hour because my stomach was constantly in knots. I lost about 2 stone in the first month or so. I couldn't be left alone for 1 second. I needed to be with someone 24/7. Every night I had to continuously sip water and count my breathing just to keep calm enough to pass out from exhaustion. Wake up a few hours later in full I'm going to die panic mode and repeat. It just didn't stop. It was faking relentless. It was so horrific. Several years later I got a diagnosis of schizoaffective/bipolar disorder. I don't know if I agree with it being as simple as that. I view my life in 2 parts now, before this event and after this event. Everything changed then, and I have never felt the same as before it happened. I was 16, now I'm 23. I definitely don't feel like I did when it first started, but I definitely don't feel like I did before. I've been in recovery pretty much ever since. It's caused so much trouble in my life and stopped me progressing in so many ways. My head just doesn't work the same way anymore, and I think I've had to grieve for what felt like the death of the person I used to be. Turned my post into a bit of a story and event, but sometimes it just needs to come out. I think there were signs, but no one picked up on anything. Didn't happen to me, and didn't hear about it directly, but from my teacher. During his college years there was one kid that was like genius level intelligence, up there with Albert Einstein, common analogy I know, and better. He actually worked hard, and didn't use his intelligence as an excuse from work. He made damn sure he would get his medical degree, never partying or slacking in any way, shape, or form. Then it's graduation week. He's aced the classes and everybody is finally free from the work. And school is basically over, so he decides to go talk with his professor. So they are chatting and such, and the guy keeps looking at something above the professor, but shrugs it off as looking at a light too long. Yeah, that thing. Several minutes pass. He's still seeing this green orb just floating above the professor's head, and finally decides to point it out. Prof turns, doesn't see anything, sees how seriously this kid thinks he's seeing something so bizarre, turns to doctor mode and starts asking a few routine questions. Finds out kid has just had a schizophrenic break. Yeah, if you have schizophrenia you can't be a doctor of any kind. Spent years working his ass off just for it to go down the drain when he's finally reached his goal. Life sucks sometimes. TLDR, guys spent years not slacking of it all in college. Has a schizophrenic break during graduation week. Years of medical college down the drain. Edit. To people thinking this was a psychosis break or something similar and temporary, he had recurring incidents and was tested. He was proven to have schizophrenia. The first sign for me was seeing two of my best friend in her house when I came over. Not like in a friendly way like this is a faking doppelganger and it will eat me kinda way. There were several times during the middle of the night I would get so freaked out by them, I'd call my parents, this was in elementary school, to pick me up, and we lived a city away. During high school I would start having trouble with sleep, oversleeping to the point of falling asleep in class, and standing up in the halls, and not sleeping sometimes for days. Then I'd start to hear my name being called randomly, and it would make me jump at how sudden it was, and I started thinking something paranormal was stalking me, and I'd hear creaks and bumps and footsteps in the house and the smell of dead things when no one was home. Senior year I started detaching from my friends, and I got more irritated at things. A year after high school I went into an episode where that thing was in my house and really trying to hurt me this time, and I ran out of the house and through the streets, convinced that anyone that came into sight was there to get me. When that ended I realized, hey, that's not normal. Something's off. But I still didn't do anything until about half a year into working at my job. I was getting burnt out fast because I kept thinking my clients could hear my thoughts and would follow me home after my shift ended. Moral of my story is, if you're in high school and you have a sudden change that feels like depression, but also is coupled with very fantastical thoughts and you catch it, that's when you need to go check it out. If you're in your 20s and you start hearing your name being called more frequently than the normal person might, you definitely need to get checked out, because that can escalate very quickly into hearing voices full on. I'm not schizophrenic, but I developed psychosis which, from what I understand, is pretty much temporary schizophrenia. I started thinking I was going insane for no particular reason, just felt like I was kind of losing it for some reason. I constantly had the recurring feeling that my front teeth were loose and would fall out. I started randomly engaging in creative writing on Reddit, which I believed was much deeper and more profound than it was. I spent a lot of time fixating on these philosophical ideas that I thought were evolutionary, and I would walk around feeling like I was working on some profound puzzle in my head, but I don't think I was necessarily thinking of anything in particular. I just felt like I was. I checked my pupils constantly to see if one was dilated, because I heard in a nursing class I took in high school that it's a sign of severe mental illness, which, as I said, I felt like I was developing. I started seeing lots of patterns in speech and text, like I was extracting some deeper meaning from it. I started thinking I was becoming enlightened, and that I was a genius. I had random flashes of visual snow point. Eventually, I suddenly had a hallucination after I wrote one of my crazy creative writing things. It's pretty shocking how quick it went from 0 to 100. One day I was just unhinged, then I posted a creative writing thing on Reddit, and suddenly I thought the government was targeting me because I posted something really profound. The next day I thought people in my college class were talking about me when they were just having normal conversations. A few days later I thought I was being mind controlled and started having conversations with a voice in my head that I thought was a CIA operative who was interviewing me about the shit I posted on Reddit. It's pretty nefarious how much it can completely change your perception of reality. You can have thoughts like suspecting you're losing your mind while simultaneously engaging in crazy shit that seems completely sane to you. It can also really fuck up your memory to the point that you can completely forget that you thought you were going crazy for months and just start believing you're being mind controlled and talking to the CIA. Your delusions can convince you of one thing for a while, then you just disregard that completely and start believing something else that's equally or more crazy. Your state of mind and perception can be altered in profound ways comparable to LSD. All sorts of little coincidences or things that seem like coincidences can reinforce your delusions and make you believe they must be true. You can't just snap out of it. It becomes a part of your world and you're constantly looking for things that reinforce your delusions, and many of those things are only in your head. Hallucinations extend beyond just seeing and hearing things to actually feeling, tasting, or smelling things. At one point the voices were punishing me, and it felt like I was on fire. Like an actual full body sensation of being burned that made me keel over. They also made me feel perpetually, unbearably uncomfortable unless I positioned myself in particular ways. Thoughts and images were inserted into my head. I had recurring images of being wrapped by my father inserted into my head that were accompanied by tactile hallucinations of being fellated, along with sort of pseudo-visual hallucinations that I can't really describe. It was all very traumatizing. I still often question how sane I am, because I know I wouldn't even notice it if I started losing my mind again. The strangest thing is how much it can seem like a voice in your head is a real, thinking person. Early on, before they started torturing me, I even fell deeply in love with one of the voices. It's also like your emotions can be manipulated, so it's hard to say that those feelings of love weren't themselves a kind of hallucination or delusion. I still have images of being wrapped by my father and very mild tactile hallucinations that cause me to close my legs and cover my genitals. I also still have voices on occasion. It's been about 2 years now, so it could be schizophrenia, I guess, but my psychiatrist hasn't indicated that. It was whenever, for the first time in my existence ever, since I had left the womb, my intelligence was successful. It broke through. It discovered and established what I sought out to discover and establish. When I was 1.5 years old, it was 1994, and my sisters were at school and my dad was at work, so it was just my mom and I. So she was screaming at me. She was screaming at me so loud, and I felt this presence of evil, and inside my chest it felt like it was going to explode, and I knew that I had to escape. I ran to the ugly square box television set that sat on the ground and looked at the blackness in the glass and thought to myself that I'm going to smash my head through the TV set and kill myself and go to Vibration Land. Vibration Land was my favorite location in the house. It was the side entrance and was next to the garage, and even before I could walk I would crawl there and lean my back against the door, and when my dad would return from work, I would feel the vibrations curse through my body, and I would feel segments of my body that were not localized to my physical body. It was an experience of existence that was otherworldly. It was so much more potent and vivid than the bullshit I was used to the rest of the day. So I knew that if I could smash my head hard enough against the glass, that I would go to Vibration Land. It was realizing that this is not the correct planet for me, because at that time I still remembered clear as yesterday what it was like whenever I was in the womb. Whenever I felt my existence focused and drenched in the electric chemical perfection of the womb, and to have my very existence fueled by an external heartbeat that is primordial to myself. That is what Vibration Land reminded me of, and when I looked out at the sun outside and looked at the sky, I still sensed the same heartbeat, just on a larger and more sophisticated scale. I knew that if I smashed my head hard enough, that I would find a better heartbeat to be nourished and excited by. This physical universe that these other people belong to is not worthy of intelligent thought. I thought, how can they accept this as a valid reality? It was all a bunch of gunk then, and it is all just as much of gunk now. Point in junior high I started hearing screams of all the suffering and starving people on the planet that are abandoned, and that I logically know them to exist. I told a psychiatrist about this, and when I got done explaining this all to him, he responded in a way that made it seem like he was trying to get rid of the screams in my head. I couldn't faking believe it. Why are you trying to get me to stop hearing these screams, whenever it would be better to make everyone else hear the screams too, because then humans could collectively work together to get rid of the screams? Because if the screams no longer exist, and I logically know that they do not exist, then I won't hear the screams anymore, and neither will you. And then the sunflower gremlin smugly retorts like communism, with a half-soul baby boomer scoff. Ugh. Not everything that involves harmony is communism, dumb point. So I continued hearing those screams. I loved them for a while. Then I got my first girlfriend at 15, was with her for 8 years, and in that time I tried countless times to tell her about these voices, and she would never accept it as reality, and would the next day seemingly have no recollection of me even telling her it. When I would explain what I experienced, her mind went blank. Point. When I was 21, the voices took a turn for the exponentially worse, and I was bedridden and would handcuff myself to bed because I would be too impulsive. If I would be near a knife, I would grab it and just start cutting myself. I would feel like all the oxygen was sucked out of the room, and it would be pumped in by this invisible electricity of sorts. I would feel this presence of all the people in the history of the universe to have ever existed and whoever will exist are all watching me and laughing at me, saying I'm a worthless piece of autistic shit who deserves to get stabbed in the face and die, and that they are going to watch me stab myself in the face and die, because it is inevitable that I'm going to stab myself in the face and die, because they want me to, because it would be funny. But not funny enough to laugh, just funny enough to gorge themselves a little more. Fast forward to when I was 25. On June 11, 2017, my mom told me I should just kill myself, and next thing I knew I grabbed a steak knife and stabbed myself 7 times in the face and twice in the right hip. My dad, younger sister, she was 18, and my mom all witnessed it as it happened. My dad and sister were shocked and horrified. My mom was indifferent and said, "You aren't going to manipulate us, little boy," and went to the kitchen and made a new pot of coffee. I was crying like a baby on the floor, realizing what I had done. Blood was dripping on the floor, all over my hands. We didn't even realize until 2 minutes later that I stabbed myself in the hip, because I didn't remember it, and they were too shocked to process it. Blood was dripping down my leg. I just barely missed a major artery and nerve point. On the drive to the hospital, I started to feel all paranoid. What if I die? What if I'm going into shock? Then I realized that if I was really at that type of critical point, that I wouldn't be having neurotic thoughts like that. It would be a qualitatively different paranoia. And I felt good, because I felt fear. For the first time in a long time I felt fear, genuine fear, and I felt like that was my body's way of saying never again. Here is an abridged version of a song I wrote about how I felt after that day. Soon I'm going to post the full 13-minute version, and on a piano that isn't out of tune. The screams were gone. The force is telling me to stab myself in the face for 3+ years straight. I stabbed Satan to death, and I continued to live on earth in paradise while he was relinquished back to his piss pot of primordial non-existence. Though Satan isn't all bad, I wrote a song about when I had breakfast with him, Jesus, Judas, and John the Baptist. It was the morning after the Last Supper, and they were all having a big faking delicious proto-British breakfast, and then Judas and Jesus locked eyes and then started laughing hysterically. John the Baptist was unsettled, so he asked them what was so funny. And Jesus screamed at John, it's an inside joke. But yeah, I always continued along on my journey to getting rid of the screams though, and a couple days ago I released my first website, babylonianjazz.com. I have an album of mine up on there called the Psychosis Sessions, Part 1 that has music from this time. It includes Breakfast with Satan, track 4 I believe. I only started playing piano 3 years ago. Before then I felt too worthless to put my hands on an instrument. Listen, Jimi Hendrix played these instruments. Who the fuck are you, little boy? I'm hosting, performing, and live streaming charity concerts. I've got shows in Glasgow and Berlin coming up in early January. The money goes towards providing infrastructure, medical access, education, and financial opportunities for people who are neglected by the static systems of planet Earth. One of my employees is paralyzed from the waist down, but makes about $20 an hour with me. It also goes towards buying the equipment I need for my long-term invention. It has been a long journey, and I've still got a ways to go. I would have gotten there sooner if it weren't for my mind leaving my body for 10 years. When I was 11. My goal has always been to annihilate/transcend the concept of money. How can one do that? By inventing something that is priceless, and then giving it to everyone for free. And now I'm on my way towards that goal, and the only thing stopping me from it is time, not inner demons. Not the projections of all the psychic suffering and hatred in the universe. Just time and patience. I love it. Here is a speech I gave about a part of this, and I perform a piano and saxophone duet of mine. Watch with subtitles. Okay, hate to be this person but not schizophrenic, just someone who suffered from various delusions throughout my life. From ages 11 until like 2 years ago, I just knew I was special, and I could see ghosts. I would see them, talk to them. I had a crush on one once. I was like 13, don't roast me. It wasn't terrifying, but close to the end it got really bad. I was convinced an evil spirit named Beejman lived in my apartment. He liked the closet in the bedroom. I would use really random things to verify my experience. One day after I showered, 3 numbers were on my shower mirror. I googled the numbers, and it was the old area code where I live. Truthfully, it was probably random as scribbles that looked like numbers to me. Another verification was one night my dog was violently growling at the bathroom for hours. I found out the next day my apartment had a mouse problem, but obviously it was actually Beejman. Somehow I was able to snap myself out of this one. I still get freaked about it from time to time, but I just remind myself it's not real. Another time, I did a high dose of boom, which I believed to be LSD, when I took it. I'm going to mention my child later on. Please note the last time I did acid or any other drug was 2 years before she was born, so don't jump on the trash mom train. Halfway through the relatively normal trip, my friend told me it was actually N-boom, so obviously my first reaction was to Google it. First result was how easy it is to overdose. Freaked me the fuck out. Oh, that friend is an ass, by the way. Whole reason he did that was so I'd quit smoking cigarettes. Didn't work. Anyways, I came down, fell asleep, but the after effects were so terrible for like 2 weeks. I went to stay with a family member in a different city during that time, because I could not handle being home. I started hearing the 4 different corners of my brain arguing all the time. That's the only way I can describe it. I cried a lot, but thankfully it passed. Now for my worst episode of delusion. After my daughter was born. Everything was fine in the hospital, which was conveniently the only time I was asked about signs of PPD/PPA/PPP. I never wanted to hurt myself, my child, or anyone. But I was certain I had died during childbirth, and I was living in the afterlife. I would look at my daughter and start sobbing, because I just wanted to be her living mom so bad. My brain blocked out the day I gave birth, probably as a coping mechanism, but I thought I couldn't remember most of it, because I died too harshly. When I'd pass the hospital, which was like a mile from my house on a street I frequent a lot, I'd cry because I just missed being alive so bad. While this was going on, my husband decided to start beating the shit out of me, and I still don't know why. Maybe I was in hell and that was my punishment. But after a while I wasn't allowed to go outside anymore, or I'd risk being beaten. The delusions passed after about 6 months, and I was like, Holy shit, my once loving husband is now physically hurting me. I can't have my child around this. So it took like 2 weeks to plan my escape, but then I was out. My mental cleared up significantly more once I was away from him. So I'm enjoying having a clear state of mind right now and praying it doesn't go away. I'd probably put myself in a psych hospital if it happened again, just to figure out what the fuck is wrong. My husband struggled with mental illness since childhood, but his onset was around 19/20 after we met. He started hearing things like the TV was on when it wasn't, or a radio all of the time. He went downhill fast and started having delusions at work about his co-workers hating him. We argued constantly at home because it's almost impossible to understand someone's delusions when you don't know what to look for, and he thought I was out to get him to. He had been seeing a therapist and several psychiatrists since he was a young teenager. The meds for various mental illnesses were not working. He came to me one day with his phone in his hands and said he had found what was wrong. The web page detailed schizophrenia. I thought, no way you can still take care of yourself, but I just said, let's ask your doctor. Then he started seeing polar bears, lions, cheetahs and other animals running around the neighborhood. He once stopped the car on the side of a major highway because he couldn't drive around the zombies. He woke me up screaming about giant spiders in our bed twice. He better be glad to this day I love him, because those hallucinations nearly gave me a heart attack. He stopped being able to bathe because he thought he would drown. He stopped being able to brush his teeth because he thought the water would burn him like a chemical would. He started going catatonic. He couldn't move, but I could move him into positions that he would remain in, not on purpose in my part, more like if I tried to help him by moving him. He came out of those episodes gasping or screaming. He could hear everything going on, but he couldn't move at all. His worst hallucinations are things I don't even want to detail. They feel like a betrayal even mentioning them, because they have names. Names that even now with his medicine scare him. He started seeing skeleton hands reaching for him in the dark. Then in the daylight. They were always there, and when they weren't he could feel them just out of his vision. Then came the screamers and the moaners. They stood by the trees outside of our house with their overly wide mouths. They screamed when he tried to leave the house. They moaned when he closed the curtains and tried to ignore them. They were always there. His life was hell, literal hell, for years. No medicines worked. He went in and out of the psychiatric hospital. I no longer knew who he was. Nothing about him resembled the person I met or the person I knew. I never, not even for a second, stopped loving him, though. I held him while he cried for his dog at home and danced with him in the common room of the hospitals to help him forget he wasn't home, and told him to remember the music while I wasn't with him until I was with him again. The staff would sneak us extra time because it was good for him. Then one day I walked into our bedroom and found him with a gun. I didn't even know his father had given him a goddamn gun for safety. He told the doctors he just wanted to shoot the ball of light in his head because if he shot it the light would go off and he could live again. He almost shot himself right there. I had to fight him for it. I had to seriously wrestle it out of his hands while I was panicked and crying. Our teenager heard everything. I almost hit him in the mouth with the gun out of sheer anger that he would try to shoot himself. I didn't hit him. I held him until help arrived, but I'm not proud of that moment. I've never been so scared, even when he tried to overdose on benzos, and I made him puke manually by sticking my mascara pen down his throat while the ambulance arrived. Try not to judge that one harshly on my part. One didn't damage his throat, and I was doing the only thing I could think of to save him, and it did save him. That time he was just frightened by the screamer. Several hospitalizations later he's on a heavy duty last resort medicine. He had stopped getting online because of his paranoia. He has undifferentiated schizophrenia, so he experiences paranoia, delusions, and catatonia equally. We would talk to each other through social media a lot when we met, while we were in the same room, full conversations while we giggled about it like schoolchildren. I missed that. I missed a lot. Today he got on his social media account to wish me a happy anniversary. I faking cried like a 2-year-old. He's coming back to himself, but he'll never be the same bright-eyed young man I met a decade ago. That's okay, though. I love him more now than I ever have. A year ago in November, I endured what I believe was a drug-induced psychosis more extreme than I had ever experienced before. This was my second experience with what I believe was psychosis. I was in Florida with my then-so. I was a regular weed smoker and drinker, but I had started smoking one of those THC oil pens. All of a sudden I felt a euphoric sensation, like I was 20 feet tall and everything was vibrantly colorful. I felt like I was on what I could only describe as a psychedelic. I began to think that I could communicate with nature. The euphoria was mostly pleasant, and I enjoyed what I felt like was just a nice trip point. As the day progressed, I was becoming increasingly convinced that I could read my soul's mind. I didn't tell them this, as I kept most of my psychosis in my head thinking they could read my mind as well. I was also convinced that my soul was God, I was the Holy Spirit, and I was pregnant with the second coming of Jesus. The whole Holy Trinity thing. I'm completely manic at this point, pacing and talking way too fast. At one point in the day I heard 3 ram horn bellows coming from the sky, much like the 3 trumpet sounds mentioned in the Bible, that signaled Armageddon was coming. Flash forward to that evening, and this is where the scary shit happens. As night settles in, I decided to smoke some more with my soul outside in the back patio. Bad idea. All of a sudden I become extremely paranoid and start thinking my cell phone is a threat, that people are listening to me through it. I start becoming increasingly convinced that the world is about to end. I can't accurately describe the fear I felt. It was so surreal. I started warning the entire world through my soul's phone. He started a sound recording of me, I think because he was very concerned. But this made me even more paranoid. The fear was building up, and I was telling the entire world to come to the address I was at if they wanted to survive. At this point I started hearing sounds and voices. At first it was just a scream or two, then I heard bombs and sirens, car crashes and mayhem. It was like the entire world was set ablaze in chaos and destruction. My soul took me inside as he saw my fear increasing, and strangely enough I sat down at the piano. I began to play a song of hope that was for all the people supposedly coming to my address to be saved. Here's where things start to get hairy. As I'm playing, I become convinced that not only survivors are coming in the house, but also people trying to murder me. If I stopped playing the piano, I could feel them stabbing me, like my nerves were shot. I began playing the piano like mad, and banging on the keys until my soul told me to stop. My soul told me to come sit on the couch, so we could watch a movie, not knowing what I was going through at all. I couldn't focus on the movie. I saw red dots appear on the wall that made me think that snipers were out to get me, like a SWAT team was outside. I hallucinate a man open the now closed back door and slowly make his way over to me, ready to attack. I started rubbing this glittery soap all over my skin, which made me imagine that it was blood from all the stab wounds. I was far gone at this point. All of a sudden I knew I was batshit and told my soul to take me to a hospital immediately. On the car ride there, I was convinced that I had died and was in the afterlife of some sort. I still heard the piercing sound of bomb strikes as I entered the hospital. Long story short, I got the help I needed. I was diagnosed bipolar and have been on medication since. That has tremendously helped with psychosis, mania, and depression. Both my mother and father were schizophrenic. They have both since passed away. This thread reminded me of that dark time last year, and I thought this story would be appropriate to share here. One important thing to note is that hallucinations and delusions are often considered the hallmark of schizophrenia, when in reality they can occur with many different diseases. The core of schizophrenia is detachment from reality, that is, the inability to distinguish the real from the not real. I've experienced hallucinations, delusions, and compulsions due to bipolar, definitely not schizophrenia. I'd say the moment I realized I had to get help was the command hallucinations. People often assume it's seeing things or hearing voices, and occasionally I had that, but the command hallucinations were different. It was like there was a presence or an outside force making me do things, making me want to hurt myself, and eating away at my chest, so that there was a black hole inside it. It was even physically painful, similar to the pain I felt at times that I've had heart problems. I knew somewhere in my brain that this wasn't real, but it didn't matter because it just physically hurt so much. Early signs were my ridiculously exaggerated startle response, seeing things out of the corners of my eye, thinking I heard my name called, and a general sense of foreboding. Later paranoia, specifically at night. TLDR, bipolar but also experienced hallucinations, and they come in many forms. I thought I was a schizoid at one point. I would be sitting there coding by myself, air conditioner on, and swear I was hearing music all of the time when I wasn't playing any. I understood that the mind is a pattern recognition machine, and white noise tends to make the brain look for things it knows. I thought I was going nuts. Hearing things. Turned out that my stereo system, on a non-grounded outlet, or a leaking neutral, would pick up the local station. It happens. It's not like fillings picking up satellite transmissions. I really thought at some times I was hearing voices and music. It was the fall. When all of the computer/servers were off, the AC was off. I started to nod asleep in the office. The speaker system was still on, but now I really heard it. I thought I was really insane. I asked others if they put their ears to the speakers, if they could hear something. I approached it friendly like, not paranoid, just joking if they could hear it too. All the time I was freaking out. Why would voices and music come into my head? It had to come from somewhere. I'm a coder, a musician, and can draw things also. I thought a lobe of my brain was starting to break and leak. I really needed someone else to hear this. They could. It was going on for the entire summer until a maintenance schedule happened to shut everything down. I really thought I was losing my mind before I started asking people. They listened because they thought I was going nuts or whatever. It's a coding environment, but they heard it too. It then became a mission to find out what station it was. I thought I was going insane, but sometimes the smallest things that are unexplained, yet once discovered, explain everything. Anyone who's ever built a crystal radio set understands how this could happen. Once anyone else said they could hear it, I felt so much better. Cure neutral and grounding wires. If you hear voices or music, edit. Documenting here on my Reddit account, because I think I might be losing my mind. I can feel bugs crawling on me from time to time. I'm house sitting for my parents and I sometimes hear voices or rustlings of the house, like footsteps coming from around the house that's empty. I have a sword that I carry around the house when I think I hear something downstairs and need to go and investigate. I have ADHD, so maybe it's related to that, but there are times where I get into a weird disassociated state where I can't focus on anything. Like this morning I was programming, and there was this very simple math problem and I just couldn't do it. Reminded me of a TED talk I had where this woman had a stroke where the part of her brain that knew what numbers were shut off, so she had to figure out how to dial 911 using only the deductive part of her brain. These have been happening only in the past year or so. Came with memory problems, too. What's been happening to me for several years now is that I have psychotic episodes on waking up for a period of 10 seconds or so. This usually takes the shape of seeing a piece of furniture that looks like a monster and trying to attack it, seeing a camera or device sinking into the wall and trying to grab it before it disappears, or thinking my roommate or girlfriend is a threat and attacking them with a pillow. Sometimes I think they are a monster and sometimes I think they are just out to get me. Sometimes I just have a racing thought where I'm convinced that someone I interacted with earlier that day was out to get me, trying to murder me in some conspiracy. One time I imagined it was little humanoid creatures, got up and ran all the way until the top of the stairs, until I came to my senses. The most terrifying thing about these episodes, for the brief time they last, whenever I see a monster or a camera sucked into the wall I have the thought I knew it. I knew I was right the entire time. I was wrong when I thought it was just an episode. This is a real thing. The proof is right here in front of me. My sentence structure has been off. It seems like a lot of the time I'm writing down sentences when I go back and read over my sentences that I start the sentence in one tense/voice and end it in another, as if the first part of the sentence was on autopilot, or I forgot it immediately after I started. One thing I've been dealing with recently is that whenever I misplace something I presume someone else must have hidden my things because of some nefarious plot against me. Like I could leave my pen on the right side of my desk, think it's on the left side of my desk, glance over and see it's not there, and my immediate thought is my mom took my pen like she always does. She's always sneaking around my room snooping through my stuff trying to see what types of porn I watch, and what my political beliefs are, and if I'm gay or do drugs. Then I look over and see my pen, where I left it, and realize the thought I just had, and how irrational it was. It occurred in a very rapid time frame, within 2 to 3 weeks of some early signs, and also later in life, around 32. I thought I was being spied on by CIA/who knows really, and that a SWAT team and helicopter were descending on me. I thought it had something to do with a negative tweet I made about Trump. I got in my vehicle to try to escape, and ended up crashing myself into a barrier. Thought I had sacrificed myself for my friends, and told the cops to shoot me. Luckily I was taken in and treated. Even though all their drug tests came back negative, they still believed it was drug-induced. Got the attention I needed, and began my road to recovery. I was overstressed, and sleeping odd hours. I also had a long string of days without a quiet break to myself, and I'm an introvert. I lived alone, and began following politics very intensely, and found a website with free streaming of the newest season, at the time, of Homeland. Others would say I started to become very short in my responses without empathy in one setting, and in another setting, I would overexpress emotions saying I loved them. Near the culmination I struggled to think clearly, and make sense in a conversation. Also called close family multiple times at an odd hour, and rambled without coherent speech point of view, or a friend can learn from any of this. I'm happy to share. There are experts out there that know how to help. Hopefully you or a friend can get connected to help, before it becomes extreme. Now, I feel back to normal, and have had only a minor bump in the recovery road. I'm on SSDI for schizoaffective disorder. I was diagnosed before that with bipolar. Honestly, I don't know what my proper diagnosis should be in treatment wise. I'm not sure how much difference it makes. Here goes 1990s to 2000s. Looking back, my first signs were my fixation on the world coming to an end, as in the apocalypse. I could tell you all the reasons why the end was most definitely here. Sounds odd, but nothing over the top. I was always an atheist or strongly agnostic though. I also would go through spells where there was a running commentary of my life. My mother would make comments in my head. My dad, a teacher, a friend. It was like they were all inside of me critiquing my every move. I would get so frustrated that I would scream out for them to shut up. And often the critiques were very out of character for the voice attached to them. All internal dialogue, and they would argue amongst themselves on their critique. My job's performance was exceptional, and I even ran a small shop for a bit. Last several years I would go through spells that were much worse than others. I would spend long periods pretty normal, and think I fixed myself. Eventually the Ender's Knife theme died off, but in its place was this irrational feeling of being persecuted. Everyone was out to get me. My phone was tapped. My computer hacked. If people whispered, it was to plot against me. And the running commentary was worse. My mother stepped in when I was homeless, living in my car, had months of unpaid bills, and still had thousands of dollars in the bank. I was on the run from the Watchers. A few years went by. I had held a job for over 2 years. Most of my jobs were lost within the temp period, so I felt like I had made the right life choices and found the right management system, cognitive behavior therapy and meds. I lost my mother, was disowned by the rest of my family. I had few friends. My support system was gone. I started having problems at work. I thought everyone was out to fuck me over. I came in one day all stressed out, a rowdy classroom-sized internal dialogue, and was unable to think straight. I fired up my odd grinder to do a hot job that needed to be done before the government shut down. I hadn't been sleeping much and was fairly manic. In any case, I fired up the machine and the grinder's hydraulics were turned on. Everything started moving, and a $25 part went flying by my head. I reported that I was being sabotaged 2 hours, and they said they doubted that is what happened. I decided I was either right or wrong. If I was right, they were not doing anything about a dangerous situation that could have hurt me or others. If I was wrong, I was a danger to myself and others. I went back on SSDI and haven't worked since. It was a slow build up of symptoms. Insomnia, delusions, word salad, lack of personal care, internal voices, not hallucinations, irrational beliefs that didn't fit my character. There was a lot of things that happened, but they all mostly fall into those categories. My mother is diagnosed with schizophrenia and rapid cycling bipolar disorder, and I grew up with her doing really crazy and scary things, like pushing us away whenever we would try to hug her as young children, because we weren't her children. As she would push us, she'd yell, "Get away from me, you're alien bots. What have you done with my children?" My dumbass dad let us live with her alone instead of getting custody of us. It was very frightening as a 7-year-old who was more sound of mind and responsible than my mother. Since I grew up with all of this craziness, I thankfully recognized that all of my delusions were just that, and they didn't really bother me all that much whenever they started happening to me. I believe that the main culprit for the onset of my delusions was that I was raised in a doomsday cult, Jehovah's Witnesses. From infancy, they force you to study their publications at least 3 days a week right along with the adults. No Sunday school or happy little activities for JW kids. These publications are nightmare inducing. They mainly focus on Armageddon and teach that all non-JWs, even your little schoolmates or JWs who aren't perfect, are going to perish violently at the Great Tribulation. The pages depict grotesque images of people suffering and dying in terrible ways and fire raining down from the heavens. The talks from the platform never focus on positive things like loving your neighbors or Bible stories about the kind acts of Jesus, but rather concentrate on how one could always be doing more for the organization, making you feel worthless and reminding you that, if you're not perfect, that you will suffer a hideous demise at Armageddon. Imagine being subject to this imagery several times a week throughout your formative years. It can really do some damage that lasts well into adulthood. I had stopped going to the Kingdom Hall for years, but was still heavily indoctrinated throughout my early adulthood. I constantly dwelled on death at Armageddon and my sins. I'm awake now and realize that I was raised in a cult. I would have many paranoid delusions, but recognize them as being unrealistic. However, I never sought professional help. I would always talk myself back into reality. Whenever I was alone, I would very regularly experience auditory hallucinations that consisted of fully orchestrated musical pieces that sounded absolutely amazing. I would allow myself to experience those delusions, even though I probably shouldn't have. I came up with some pretty groovy bass riffs in the process, and I honestly miss them. Since I've woken up and realized that I was in a cult, I haven't been paranoid, anxious, nor have I experienced any auditory hallucinations. As a side note, if you are or were a member of Jehovah's Witnesses and are looking for support or just somewhere to vent, we'd love to offer a listening ear at r/xj. You're not alone. It's not a break from reality. It's a break to a different reality, based on a more variable level of tested or assumed truth. Let's guess, as a fantasy exercise, that I walk down the street. I see a bunch of noobs wearing shirts of labels and colors. I ignore them, don't give them a second though. I don't consider what they are doing, which hands are in which positions, what side of the street they are on, what they are near, their gender, age, or assumed origin. And I don't reference any of that, or those observed events, against any others in the past, or predicted in the future. I just glance up, see peeps, carry no thought, and move on. Relaxing. Now, let's guess, again as a fantasy exercise, that I spent decades making predictions and assumptions, in a professional role in typical small business. Given tiny bits of real info, I solve problems that others can't. The myelinated brain cells that take random bits of info and turn them into possibilities to investigate in a way that is bloody fast and ultra powerful. This is because I've worked those brain cells out for decades. Consider that feature of gathering info, assessing, rationalizing, testing, then storing the results. Success Y/N, as at the Arnold Schwarzenegger level. Then consider me against someone who daydreams, but didn't have such a job over decades. But they myelin at the same pathways. Me, or the daydreamer, walk down the street. We see a bunch of noobs wearing shirts of labels and colors, but we don't ignore them. We are curious. Our eyes and ears and other senses scan every feature, and we render those down to a simple set that stands out, based on past experiences. This set is applied to past knowledge and events and future predicted events. We let our imagination run wild on the sets. In fractions of a second whole new realities exist, where that precise moment and those people are all categorized in fantasies, or as problems to be solved. The issue is that it's all in our heads and we forget a cam's razor. Being awesomely capable, and accustomed at doing so, we can hold as real any number of possibilities, just as we make the assumption that mazes aren't an analogy for lightsabers, but this might be real, or might be a coincident possibility depending on a certain date. So to do we hold real the fact that our kids love to play with lightsabers, even though the cheap plastic toy breaks easily, and is bad for the planet due to the waste point. If you ask someone who is struggling, is it real? They probably say yes. The outcome of this conversation variable. If you ask them, can you tell me how real this is in a percentage from 0 to 100? And ask, also, is the word real valid here, or is it just a possibility that is dynamic over time and variable in location? Then who knows what your response may be. I'll leave you with a final thought. Is global warming a delusion based on schizophrenia? After all, is it something real that you personally know? I'm guessing that many read signs, news, science reports, or a few select physical visits to a glacier they went to as a child and have photos of. But have you personally inspected all assumed 100,000 global temp sensors, data sources at all times? Answer is no. It's impossible. Therefore, I'd say anyone who believes in or argues against global warming is using the same brain cells as those used by someone who is delusional, just in a different way. Evidence, selection, assumption, prediction, and action based on this, or paralyzing inaction. It would be interesting to hear from others strong at this who are that have techniques that enable them to turn guesses and assumptions into solutions without descending into delusions that are less or not at all likely. I'm not a sufferer myself, but I just want to say my love goes out to all of you who are. 3 members of my close family are schizophrenic, 2 ex-brothers, and 1 ex-auntie. One brother in particular has a severe case. It's so bad he can barely communicate now, large delays in him answering questions, if he even does, and even then there is no flow and it's really hard to share thoughts back and forward with him. It's sad because he used to be so smart and excitable. Now he's slow, docile and distracted, his eyes staring at things that are not there. The drugs over 15 years have mostly stopped him physically acting out on extreme level psychosis, but it still remains at large inside his head and contributes to odd and paranoid behavior. At least the complete meltdowns that end with him naked in a padded room talking to Jesus are less frequent now. I think those here who can articulate their own condition so clearly are doing well. To hear some of you are even married or have a job warms my heart and gives me hope for my bro. I figured out something was wrong when he was about 17, after he dropped out of school due to depression. That was a shock in itself, but then he started doing really strange things. He had a profound mistrust for me all of a sudden. He would come knocking on my flat door asking for weed or acid. I'd say sorry man, I don't have any of that. He would gaze almost murderously into my eye and say, why are you lying to me? He got obsessed with things. He even had an imaginary psychic relationship with a girl from school who probably didn't even know his name. He ended up going to her house and demanding an explanation why she won't come out with him as she loved him back apparently. No surprise she got freaked and called the police. I could discuss some really disturbing things, but I'm wary of painting a bad picture and adding to the stigma. I believe my brother is an extreme case of an already terrible disease, and I can tell by the writings here that many people with schizophrenia are far more functional. Like any mental disorder, there is a huge spectrum. I feel for you guys. I can't even imagine how tough it must be with this lifelong struggle. I keep having to remind myself of what it might feel like for my bro whenever I'm frustrated or impatient with him. Sometimes it makes me cry when I try to conceptualize the inner demons he's dealing with. The hallucinatory power must be immense to make him act in the ways he has. He's lucky he has a loving set of parents, and I'm deeply saddened when I think of those out on the street who have no guardian angels looking out for them. Parent of a schizophrenic. We missed the warning signs big time, which in retrospect, seemed crystal clear. Abrupt change in personality. Went from open incredibly friendly happy, to reserved / antisocial, never / rarely wanted to be around friends, / suspicious, began pacing a lot, at all hours of the day. After a while she began talking to herself while pacing. When she talked to herself it sounded like she was on a Bluetooth, i.e. it was an actual conversation, not just thinking out loud. Hostility that came seemingly out of nowhere, very cruel, mean-spirited comments. Total disorganization. Would lose items within minutes of obtaining them. Impossible to keep track of a phone. House key, things most people can keep track of. Stopped combing her hair, brushing her teeth, or bathing. Went from a heavy sleeper to hardly sleeping at all. Her notes in school went from neat, legible, written in straight lines to illegible, nonsensical, written in weird upward and downward slopes, bizarre doodles interspersed, and strange phrases that had nothing to do with class. She kept drawing the same picture thousands of times, over and over. You could see this in her school notes too. Since this all happened around adolescence, we chalked it up to being a moody teenager, until it was painfully clear she was off her rocker. She ended up in a psych unit for a very long time. She is doing very well today on Clozaril, is in college, and working part-time, and all in all a beautiful young woman. The major sign to me, in hindsight, was this pattern. Something would happen, any stimuli point to explain or describe that thing happening. There would be a minimum of 2 explanations, or at least 2 poles on a spectrum of decision / rationale. One would be outlandish and bizarre and the other innocuous and simple. The simple one would be shunned as being too obvious and what they want me to think to cover up the bizarre one. The bizarre one would then be formed as my memory of exactly what happened, and that decision marking process basically never existed. Example, there is a knocking sound in the wall. It is nearing winter, so the heat is turning on and the pipes are creaking versus the psychic warfare agents are intentionally disturbing me, just letting me know that they exist without revealing themselves. Sure, some of the sounds were the pipes creaking, maybe even the vast majority of them, but that's the perfect cover for the intentional attack on me. I know that the agents are real. That we are in a psychic war and they are actively suppressing my ability to reveal it by conflating what I'm experiencing with a mental illness. And so if I ignore the nervous, but completely natural and correct feeling response to the stimuli, I'm losing the psychic war. So I must remain vigilant and not suppress my perceptions of these stimuli. Though people claim there are rational explanations for these things and proof, I can't know the difference, and without 100% observation there is no separation between these attacks and non-attacks. Not me, but my uncle. My mom's brother was majoring in engineering at a major university. It was in the late 60s, early 70s. He was experimenting with drugs, though they don't know the full extent, or which may have come first. He was ultimately diagnosed as paranoid schizophrenic. My grandparents took him to doctors and got him as much help as they could. At one point my grandmother went to a doctor who prescribed her Valium or the equivalent and said to not worry about it, there was nothing she could do for him. After about 2 days of being on Valium to cope, she threw them away and took action. She read every book she could get her hands on, started a local chapter of the Alliance for the Mentally Ill, a support group for families and patients. She got in contact with state senators and pushed for reform. She actually won the Volunteer of the Year in her state. The biggest incident my mom describes was when she was living out of state, about 10 hours away, and received a call from her brother. He told her he had killed their parents because they were aliens, and he put them in the attic. She insisted he tell her what was really going on. He kept explaining the alien theory. She hung up and called the local police in their hometown. They were already aware of the situation. The next call she received was her father acting like everything was fine. They had him committed that day. He had a habit of listening to the static on the radio or laughing in a quiet room. He also had instances of seemingly random violence. He once calmly got out of the car, approached a motorcycle in front of him, removed the rider's helmet, and punched him in the face. He was arrested. That was unusual, though. He lived off and on in group homes and institutions. They always fought to get him the best care. He passed away in 1990 of a heart condition that they believed to be caused by the medications. It broke my grandparents' hearts but they continued to fight for education and funding for mental health programs. When I was really young, my grandmother had a phone in her office that I was told never to touch. It was a crisis hotline, and she was a volunteer that would help talk patients down or provide resources to families. She kept that phone going through her mid-80s. It was a terrible thing, but a lot of good came from it. My grandmother also changed political parties in the midst of it, after realizing which side was actually willing to work to help the cause. So here's my input from my psych rotation in med school last year. Hallucinations people have touched on mostly in this thread, so I won't hang on those, but I will say that most common in schizo are auditory hallucinations, often an ongoing commentary, commands or such aimed at the patient, generally external in source, TV/radio/behind the wall. Hallucinations are generally the ones patients will report themselves and will be the cause for concern for patients themselves most often. But schizophrenia is not just hallucinations. They might even not have hallucinations at all. As a general, you also need either delusions or disorganized speech, both if no hallucinations, to diagnose schizophrenia. Apart from that, there are negative symptoms and impairment in quality of life. So delusions, there's a bunch of categories they fall into, but the common thread is their ideas that are not aligned with reality, but held as true for patients. This might just be where a lot of conspiracy theories come from. Ideas that the neighbors are poisoning you, that people are following you, that you are descendant of God, that you have psychic abilities. Just Google types of delusions to get a better picture. They generally cannot be reasoned away. A patient was adamant his neighbor is trying to acquire his apartment and has him followed for years and things like that. But when confronted by the psychiatrist and shown that the operation he describes would cost the neighbor likely much more than his apartment, he was not convinced. Disorganized speech also comes in many shapes and sizes, jumping from topic to topic, derailing, repeating, overly fast/slow speech, word salad, clanging as a really weird one, and many more. All of these are not actually problems of speech but of thought, speech simply being the way that you can observe it. Negative symptoms, generally problems of emotion that are akin to depression. Lack of emotional expression is actually quite indicative of schizophrenia as well, also known as flat affect. They can be very narrow in emotional range. Early on they might not have delusions per se, but ideas akin to delusions that the patient might still be able to suppress consciously and be reasoned with. Now looking at all of this, you can see that a lot of this is something that other people will generally notice, but the patient will not at that moment draw all that much concern to this. At this point in time, this is their personality in essence, their reality. Hell, they don't all that often realize hallucinations are not real. Early on the signs are social withdrawal and depression, odd behavior, new interests that are out of character. Generally you can say that the person becomes weirder as compared to him before. So unexplained changes in character will most likely be the first signs. Sadly, the patient is not all that likely to notice or seek help on his own. Schizophrenics of Reddit. My brother has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, but he refuses to take medication. We all love him, and we hate seeing him suffer. Was there anything your friends and family did to help you decide medication was worth a shot? Anything outside of that helped you decide to get treatment? Edit, you/OGZ. Thanks for the feedback. I should clarify a couple things first. I shouldn't have said just medication. He refuses any sort of psychological treatment as well. He has been almost completely socially withdrawn for 5 years. He's been cloistered in his room for the last 3 and is often catatonic. When he's not catatonic, he will have episodes that involve pain/anger, yelling at things that aren't there, imaginary confrontational conversations with both real and not real people, and the occasional uncontrollable laughing fit. We get to see our old brother, the one that's happy, laughing, playful, and loving, a few weeks out of the year. Spread out across the year we are on the same page as far as approaching medication with care, and my family has enough experience with mental health problems to know that it should always be paired with therapy. But he doesn't have a quality of life to diminish right now, and at this point it seems like the only way to get him to go to therapy would be to kickstart the process with meds. Know what I mean? Also, from what I've read and heard, the newer injectable forms of the medications have a much better outlook compared to their oral counterparts. But, I'm rambling. If anyone has any insight into even getting a schizophrenic family member to accept therapy alone, that would be great. The shadow people out of the corner of my eye are the most common indicator. The brief flashes of insects crawling out tables, chairs, mousetraps, etc. point usually mean I'm stressed. On my worst days, I will be utterly convinced of something completely and utterly ridiculous. Ready to jump off the balcony, because Attack the alien tree spirit is going to help me break through to the real world point. Since I've been doing this a long time, I have a series of mental double checks that I use in conversations with people to keep myself in check. Wife and family, I can simply ask if I've been acting weird. Coworkers, I use something innocuous like, did we have a conversation about some mundane thing that happened loosely around the time I think I might have had an incident? Or did I remember to send you that thing? And I can chalk it up to being a bit forgetful, when really, I remember almost everything. It's just maybe 8% minus 15% of things I remember maybe didn't actually happen. Like having entire conversations, or entire days play out. A few tips. Some drugs are great for helping you calm down, mitigate symptoms, and stay grounded in reality. I'll go through a pack of smokes a day, easily, and I will never be able to stop. More than a few will just straight up fuck you over. Like marijuana. I used to love smoking up, but if I don't have the exact right strain, at the exact right dosage, I will go into a tailspin. Simply because I can't focus. If I can't make sure what's happening is really happening, then I'm fake drinking kind of helps. As long as you don't drink to excess. Drinking lets you feel empowered enough to talk about what's going on in your head, but aware enough to cover it by saying something like, alright, I got this neat story idea. And then people just think you're creative. Totems are extremely useful. I've personally got about 100 or so in the different places I go to gauge whether I'm really there. A coworker's picture on their wall, a certain nick on a door frame, icons on your computer taskbar, etc. The thing is, yes, these are all subject to change. But that's the point. If one of them does change, I make a note of it, verify my world is real, and if it is then I change the totem. If I picked a semi-permanent object, then I could easily incorporate that object into a delusion, which makes it useless. The process of totems also makes me hyper observant. It's a backwards way of setting up a mind palace. So I'll notice patterns or changes where no one else would. That's extremely useful for a number of different professions. Provided you're not customer facing, I've got 3 people I trust enough to make the call. That is, if I get bad they are directed to, in this order. 1. Remove me from the situation and calm me down. If that doesn't work or I'm violent. 2. Get me into a place that can handle me and do the 72-hour psych hold. And finally, if I'm hurting people and cannot be brought down. 3. Put a faking bullet in me. I trust these 3 people more than anything. Literally, more than reality. Because I have to get plenty of sleep every night. Even if it means missing out. Sleep is the most important things of keeping me grounded. I know this, because if I don't sleep one night, I won't sleep the next, or the next, and so on. And it only take about 20 eye showers before the conspiracy theories start boiling in my brain, and I won't let myself sleep. About the 48-hour mark, I have superpowers and the governments of the world are trying to lull me into a safe space to harvest my brain. And at the 60-hour mark I have ascended into my quasi-final form where I no longer hear speech, because I can read your mind. And I levitate everywhere, because I've learned how I don't have to walk eat better. I mean, do this even if you don't have a neurochemical disorder. But all too often I, and the people around me, are subject to all too much mental bullshittery to be taxed with cooking a good meal. McDonald's is cheap. And it always tastes like McDonald's. It's comforting. But it's also destroying my gut, making me fatter, and destroying what proper neural pathways I actually have left. So eat better, literally whenever you can use it. This one may be wishful thinking. But the best people who have ever lived have been a bit crazy. Find a way to let it out a little. Diagnosed schizophrenic bipolar myself. I started by hearing the voices of dead relatives. They were the most comforting voices I had ever heard. Not that I was hearing them, I was supposedly hallucinating. They were always within my head, never out loud like normal people talked, so I could chatter away to them in my thoughts. This happened over a matter of months. It got to the point where my dead relatives had morphed into other living people's voices, most of the time positive, but sometimes negative voices. It got to the point where all I heard was the negatives, typical stuff, people out to get me. It got hard as I was admitted to hospital, but I'll go on about that below. The second sign was I stopped making sense. I couldn't communicate my thoughts to real people, only the ones inside my head. I would begin sentences in the middle of them and look weirdly at people when they asked what I was on about. I was completely confused as to why everyone was constantly asking me if I was alright. In truth I wasn't going to harm anyone. I just wanted to share my theories on the world, whether they were a long shot or not. I just wanted to share. Third sign I was schizophrenic was the fact that I started seeing pictures in the shadows and laughing at them. They were humorous. Unfortunately I don't remember much about this state of mind I was in because I was severely sick by this point. Hospital was hard work. There were a mix of different personalities and diagnosis, so I felt really on edge the whole time. It was a terrible environment to be in during a severe state of mind. I remember two guys kicking a beanbag around, and I couldn't watch cause all I thought was they're kicking it because they're pretending it's me. I could go on for pages and pages about what I talked about to myself, and I have a collection of notes about what I was talking about somewhere at home. If anyone is interested, I will edit this comment with more info. I rallied a few friends of mine plus my brother to go to a concert. It's a 5-hour drive and we take 2 cars. We are pretty die-hard fans, so we get there like 10 hours before the show starts and are first in line. My brother has battled depression, anxiety and suicidal thoughts his entire life. After an entire day of standing in line with not enough food/water, it's about 30 minutes until doors open, and there's hundreds of people lined up behind us. My brother is quiet and looking at the ground, being his normal anxious, insecure self that I'm used to. Fast forward 30 minutes. Doors open. We go in and get right up front. After a minute or two my brother pulls me aside. He tells me there's people here to kill him. They have knives and they are going to stab him to death. For the first time in my life I hear the voice and see the face of a man who believes he's going to die any second. We went outside where he continued to tell me we have to leave or he's going to die. It's really hitting me now that he needs to go. I'll let everyone else know he's having a breakdown and we leave. On the ride home he settles down a little and we talk about life. He explains that he's been experiencing paranoia for years, believing there's people who are after him. He said what triggered him today was this homeless man who stopped and talked with us several times throughout the day as he passed by the area. Also down the road we learned nicotine is a big trigger for paranoia with him, and he was smoking like a chimney all day with little to eat. Anyways, I get my brother to the hospital in our local area. We wait around until 4 AM. He gets admitted to the psych ward, and after a couple weeks he balances out. My friends caught a drumstick and gave it to me. Clutch. So I'm really late to this post and I don't know if I have schizophrenia. I do have BPD, but I've been having a lot of symptoms so might as well post. So I've heard things and seen things for a pretty long time, probably about 12 to 13 years old. I say seen because I've never actually looked directly at a hallucination. It's always been in the corner of my vision. It's never really been an issue and has happened so infrequently that it was never really worth addressing in any way, since it wasn't impacting my life at all. However, over the past month or so the hallucinations have been getting far worse. To list out some things that have been happening: hearing voices call my name in my house. I've been home by myself a lot, so this has kind of added to the creepiness. These voices will come from different spots of my house without any real pattern. Mostly they come from my basement, which I have refused to go down for the past 2 weeks, hearing screams or crying from another part of the house. This one is infrequent, but terrifying when it does happen. I have to look at people around me to tell if it's real or not. One time it sounded like my youngest sister, and I spent about 3 hours tearing my house apart looking for her, seeing shadows in the corner of my vision that disappear when I look directly at them. I call them shades, and they like to hang out in the corners of rooms or the backseat of my car. Sometimes they have eyes that are like little white dots. This probably sounds terrifying, and they were at first, but they are almost comforting now. Saw the moon appear in front of me low to the horizon while I was driving. It was absolutely gigantic and full, and glowing a strange red. It passed behind some trees and I couldn't find it again. I know it was a hallucination, because we should have had a half moon, and also it was cloudy. A voice crying under my bed at about 2 am. Hearing people talk to each other about me in the next room. Usually this is family or friends. Having delusions that everyone around me is talking about me in a very negative way. Woke up and actually had like a little bit of a conversation with one voice who sounded like a teacher I once had. Once I realized there was no way I should be talking to this person, and snapped awake. The voice started laughing at me maniacally. All of this has been over the past month, and has been getting more and more constant. I've actually named a few of the voices that are consistent. I'm impressed with the level of insight these answers reflect. Not insight in the sense of depth of understanding about something generally, but insight in the clinical sense. Self-awareness about the fact of your disorder and its symptoms. Somewhere along the way I got the idea that people with schizophrenia are unusually resistant to insight, that they view themselves as having extraordinary talents for perception, which are gifts to be embraced, not burdens to be rid of. But maybe this idea was just a projection on my part. As a person who struggled with substance use disorder and OCD for most of his life, I have found insight to be the hardest part in my own recovery. Was I getting wasted as a rational response to distressing thoughts and feelings? Was I getting wasted because it was the only way I could have fun anymore? The idea that getting wasted was a habituated compulsive behavior wasn't exactly right at my fingertips. It seemed normal and made sense, even if it caused a lot of pain as well. Even harder to pathologize when most of your family and friends are doing similar stuff. And, nearly a decade later, I still struggle with acceptance of the OCD diagnosis. I mean, one of my themes is fear of being a latent schizophrenic, and the only reason I'm creeping in these comments is because I'm compulsively seeking reassurance. Yes, I can see it now, on the back end, but when I saw the post in my feed, the compulsion grasped me to click and scroll, and it was because I need to know whether I truly do or do not have this devastating illness that I'm almost completely certain I secretly have, even though everybody says I don't. Yeah. Insight. It depends if it's one episode psychosis or psychosis that develops into bipolar, schizoaffective or schizophrenia. Bipolar and schizoaffective you recover quite well on medication. Schizophrenia people tend to get worse and worse over time. If it's a one-off, the psychosis can come and go on its own to never come back. You may need some medication to pull you out and it never comes back. Some people develop psychosis at a flip of a switch, such as if a predisposed person's trigger is pot and they smoke pot. Some people even become psychotic from long flights where the time change is significant enough to miss out on a night's sleep. With psychotic depression, basically you are depressed for so long your mind just breaks. So it's hard to tell personally when you become psychotic. You can't tell early warning signs yourself unless you see them in another person. Delusions, hallucinations. There are many categories of delusions. Perspicuity delusions are the worst for upping the likelihood of suicide, because the person feels like the government or everyone is plotting against them. Also many different types of hallucination. Visual, seeing things that are not there. Audio is the most common, hearing voices that are not there. Can be someone talking to you, about you, narrating your actions, or even two people having a conversation together. There is tactile, where the sufferer feels physical sensations that aren't there. The rarest hallucination is sense of smell, smelling things that aren't there, and is typically an indicator of brain tumor or other neurological condition, not psychosis. Should seek medical advice of a psychiatrist who specializes in psychosis and psychotic disorders. My mom was schizoaffective with a side case of epilepsy, which took a really long time to properly diagnose. In general, the bipolar aspects were really easy to pinpoint and manifested pretty normally, which hid the schizophrenic aspects until they were full-blown Newt Gingriches on the lawn trying to get my lawn, so I have to kill myself. Episodes. Well, the complex disorder plus inadequate mental health care that should have caught it a lot earlier. Looking back on it, there were a lot of subtle, and not so subtle, clues that something wasn't quite right. She thought she was the goddess Isis/Nefertiti reincarnated. She believed in reincarnation, so this was in line with her religious beliefs, but looking back on it, it was probably one of the earliest symptoms. She once tried to poison all of us kids with arsenic. She was going to mix it in with a big batch of Kool-Aid and serve it with potato soup, if I remember her plan correctly. Her reasoning was that the world was a terrible place, and she felt bad for bringing us into it. This was a not so subtle clue that something wasn't right, but we were too young to realize the horror and the danger of the situation, and my stepfather was a sheet lord. Various other subtle auditory and visual hallucinations that were easy enough to write off and explain away. It wasn't until much later, when the hallucinations were of the holy shit, what is going on right now? Variety, that the doctors paid any attention to them as being a serious symptom that changed the diagnosis. Once she got competent mental help, it was too little, too late. Things were on an upswing for a while as they started dialing in medications, and then they went downhill, and the story ends like just about every other schizoaffective patient story. It didn't have to, necessarily, but she didn't get the help she needed until it was way too late, and her support structure was not great. It literally is a coin toss if a schizophrenic has any insight ever into their onset of symptoms. More often than not, after being properly medicated, the person won't remember much. My sister is an adult onset schizophrenic. I'm her primary caretaker. She's been mostly properly medicated for the last 8 years. Thank God. Before that she was in living hell on and off medication and out of living on the streets for 15 plus years. She was in her early 20s when she had her first psychotic break. I can tell you from the outside it was two things: the belief that you're being watched/followed/spied on/talked about. Usually those beliefs are voiced through obsession with something in the self. For example, for my sister, she begins to feel the need to cover herself up because something is wrong with her hair or her skin. If she starts wearing hats and sunglasses, we're on a downward slope. She reports feeling like her skin is an odd color, too blue, if she's capable of expressing what feels wrong. I understand this issue with the self is something that happens more with women than with men. It's a shitty disease. One of the worst mental illnesses a person could ever be cursed to have to deal with. How I would warn others. Boy, I have years and years and years of experience with this, and the only warning I can give is to a caring family member: act fast, get them to a mental health provider immediately, and come on strong. Insist they go, and don't stop insisting. Drag them kicking and screaming if necessary. Call a crisis intervention center or the police if that's what you need to do to get them help. It's better to overreact than under, because you might be wrong or might hurt someone's feelings. Push until they accept help or will no longer speak to you. If they stop speaking to you, then push some more. Never give up. I heard voices in my head for a long time, but I didn't realize that that was unusual until one day when I mentioned it and realized that other people don't regularly hear things like that. When I was about 15 or 16, I started having catatonic episodes where I couldn't speak and was sometimes completely unresponsive, and other episodes of a kind of word salad where I couldn't communicate properly. I thought they were all seizures at the time. Then I started having visual and tactile hallucinations, usually of snakes in my body or things like that. Apart from those symptoms which should have made it obvious I should get help, I didn't for a long time, until I went to college. I also had delusions, believing in a secret group of people spying and plotting against me, and weird stuff like that. Just always feeling like there was special meaning in everything that happened, or sometimes thinking someone had been replaced with an evil duplicate of themselves. All these things eventually became very frequent, until I was having episodes every day. At that point I agreed to start taking medicine, even though I was very scared that the secret organization wanted me to take it, so they could trick me into not knowing what's going on with them. But now I'm on meds and very rarely have episodes. I'm a bit late to the party, but I figured I'd throw my story in here too. My father is currently dealing with what appears to be schizophrenia, though no one is 100% sure, because he hasn't been diagnosed. It started a few years ago with him offering to help one of his friends dig up some information on her father, who worked as an undercover operative for the CIA. She gave him all of the documents she had relating to him, and he got to work. At first, everything seemed pretty legitimate. He pored over the documents, and with some digging online he managed to piece together a good amount about the guy's past. As time went on, it became clear that it was becoming an obsession for him. He started showing me pictures of various things relating to the agent, and insisting that there were hidden messages in them. For example, he'd see a pattern that vaguely resembled something like a letter, and insist that it had some meaning behind it. Eventually, he thought the messages in the pictures were instructions on where to find buried gold in a nearby park, and went to investigate. When he obviously didn't find the gold, he started to think that it was inside a bell at the top of a bell tower in the park, and would have gone to get it, but he said he needed help to get to it, which no one offered. We were evicted from his apartment, so I started living with my mom full time, while he stays in a hotel nearby. We found out that he believes that the messages in the pictures are addressed to him directly and are from the CIA. He believes that he's essentially been made an agent and was given government clearance. Recently we spoke to him, and he told us that someone is stealing the $100 a month payments he's making to a debt collection agency, and that talking with him about any of this with electronics nearby could be dangerous because someone could be listening through them. We've exhausted pretty much every option available to get him treatment given to us by the state, Pennsylvania, and are very much at a loss for what to do. We've reached out to his therapist to inform him of how he's acting, but there's not really much he can do without my dad agreeing to an evaluation. He's technically not a danger to himself or others either, otherwise we would have 302'd him. If anyone has any advice or options we can pursue, please let me know. Yikes, man, for me there was no clear start. The first symptoms came on while watching a show I had previously watched with my friends. I remembered their comments on things that happened in the show, as you do, triggered memories and all, but I started realizing that I had watched 3 seasons, and I was still remembering their commentary when I could not have possibly watched more than 4 to 5 episodes in the time I was with my friends. Eventually it started getting personal, and their comments shifted from being about the show to about things I was doing while watching the show. I started thinking they stopped time to tell me about my future and use the show as an anchor point for me to remember it. After that, I remembered other people doing the same, and I started questioning my own reality and my position in the universe, etc. I knew it was impossible as soon as I realized the time frame was wrong, but instead of dismissing it, I tried to find ways that it could have been possible, which sent me deeper into it. Time loops, backwards time progression, Truman Show. I considered every concept, trying to find an answer as to how these people could see my future. I only came here to write a few words, and I wrote an epic. TLDR, recognize things that should be impossible and treat them as such. We might be living in a simulation, and I might be God, but in your day-to-day life it doesn't really matter. Your own success in life and the people you love matter more than the sci-fi universe going on in your head. The nice people at r/schizophrenia will help give you a reality check if you need it. I wish I had known about that when I was down. It will get better, and you'll come back to reality soon enough if you let people help. Nice username, by the way. Op. Diagnosed schizoaffective here. I have schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, which combined is called schizoaffective disorder. When I was younger, I believed in invisible people. Now, this wasn't just a normal imaginary friend kinda deal. This was a legit fear that there were invisible people all around me, and it persisted through middle school. I thought these invisible people were, well, real. I was afraid that every time I'd sit down I'd sit on one of them. I'd think they were watching me when I was at home, at school, anywhere. I'd think they were watching me in the bathroom, in the shower with me. I'd try to walk around or avoid entities that I had no proof of the existence for. Sometimes I'd be afraid they'd lock me in a room or break into my house and hurt me and my family or rob us. To this day, the thought scares me, though I've learned that they aren't real and can mostly dismiss the thoughts. The scariest part of schizophrenic symptoms is that oftentimes you can't tell that they are just that, symptoms of a condition. You don't think there's anything wrong. If anything, you might think of yourself as special, seeing or otherwise being cognizant of things that are beyond the comprehension of other people. I certainly didn't think I was crazy for believing in the invisible people. Hell, I wasn't even really believing in them, even. I was fully certain that they were their point. It is for this reason that schizophrenia often goes undiagnosed and untreated for a long time for many people. They don't realize that they are actually suffering from mental illness. Thus, it's up to people around them to take note, which can be tricky if the person with schizophrenia isn't obvious with their symptoms. They don't all sit around all glassy-eyed staring at stuff that isn't there. Many suffer more secret symptoms, such as delusions. If you have a feeling that someone you know might be schizophrenic, please make sure they get diagnosed and treated. It's an ugly illness that I still struggle with. Not me, but my dad is a paranoid schizophrenic. We sent him straight to the hospital when he told my mom that he was being told he needed to make love to his princess, me age 7 at the time. After he was diagnosed, we started realizing the weird stuff he was doing before wasn't just stuff. They were signs. He would sit on the couch all night and whisper to himself. He would laugh out of nowhere. He always had this look to him that was very unsettling. After he was diagnosed, he would tell us that the radio and the newspapers talked to him and told him that the government put a chip in him when he was born and that they are tracking his every move, that they're after him. He said that everything was out to get him. A bunch of stuff like that. Point, he told my mom that he made love to Faith Hill and that she had his child, but never told him. And other super far-fetched shit like this. And then one day, when he was out of the hospital, supposedly taking his meds, he said he had to kill all of us, and we noped out of there real fast. Haven't spoken to him in 9 years. Last I heard, he is living with his girlfriend and has been on and off his meds since I last talked to him. I hope he's okay. Point, schizophrenia is terrifying to be around. I can't imagine living with it. I know it isn't his fault for saying and thinking those things, but it's still so scary because you really don't know the capabilities of somebody not taking their medication. I went to college and did the normal college thing. Got okay grades, partied a lot, and liked to smoke weed basically all the time. That turned to drug dealing when I realized I had an easy way to make money. After about a year of doing this, I move into a house, and about 4 months later I start hearing my roommate's TV crystal clear at all times of the night. Then I start to hear them talking about me, and then the voices start saying they're conspiring against me. I stopped drug dealing, and things just got worse from there. No correlation. I start to then hear my neighbors conspiring against me to get me arrested, and I start leaving throughout the day trying to get away from the house and the voices. Then comes the voices of people following me from different cars, thinking the neighbors keep switching cars and telling me. After a conversation with my friends, they recommend me go home for the weekend. On my way back to home, I keep feeling someone is following me for 5 hours. Numerous stops and detours later, I make it home to find the voices are now my lovely neighbors I've known since I was a kid. It got to the point that my parents brought me to a mental hospital so that I could get taken in and evaluated, and I voluntarily went. I was so deluded in my thinking that I thought I had extremely good hearing and I was just normal. I was then diagnosed and medicated and started feeling much better. That was when I realized that I slipped from reality slowly throughout a couple months. It's been a couple years since that incident and have since gone back to college. I have abstained from weed and other drugs that made my symptoms much worse. I have been feeling much better ever since, so it does get better. My advice to those is, in my experience, you don't realize that you're slipping away from reality. The craziest things start to make sense and you can't convince yourself that these things aren't real. Your reality becomes skewed. For that reason, you need to rely on others around you and be open to evaluations and opinions. I hate these topics when they pop up every few months or so, but I feel I need to answer to let you know what a total break is like. Point when I realized I was listening to me that wasn't me, that told me things The voices were nice at first, they helped me make decisions. My first major breakdown happened a few years ago. One day, I ran away cause I was afraid of my friends I was with. When we went for a trip, the voices just got incredibly negative out of nowhere. I ran for miles, and I'm not a runner. I hid my phone in a bush, cause I was convinced the cops were gonna triangulate my phone. All in a city I didn't know. I ended up on top of an overpass cause they were telling me to jump in front of a semi-truck. Suddenly I heard my sister crying, even though she was nowhere near. And that's when I was able to compose myself, when I got to my phone and sent my location. I got taken into a mental hospital after they found me. My first day there, they kept telling me how fragile everyone was and how easy it would be to damage a few of them and escape. They kept me there for a week. That was my first major breakdown point. Paranoia is probably the biggest sign. Or when they suddenly stop talking, maybe isolating themselves. That's because all their emotions are going off at once. Especially fear, sadness, and anger. And not all pills work, some make it worse. Some just straight up make you a zombie, and you can't think. Which in turn, makes you feel disconnected, and can make you question reality further. So don't think they'll be able to take some pills and be okay. It's faking hell. I can feel myself getting dumber. And there's times when I just want out, and I have to fight to not end myself. That's all. I went psychotic after overdosing on whatever sheet in class when I was 15. I guess my story is kind of different than what other people here have. After that overdose I felt weird for months and went to see a psychologist. He initially diagnosed me with schizophrenia, HPPD, derealization, depersonalization, and Alice in Wonderland syndrome. That last one later faded away. I immediately got admitted to a youth mental institute branch of a local hospital for part-time treatment. There I received rationality training which saved me big time, recognizing the signs and putting logic reason behind why I experience those things. I don't hallucinate a lot, never visual, incidentally auditorial, but mostly I sort of hallucinate on the sixth sense, so to say. Like I feel like the sun is angry at me and as if it's signaling that I shouldn't go outside. However, because of my rationality treatment I know that I can and should go outside in such a case. One time I felt like the tuanga it was hunting me, which is the evil spirits that manifest in physical form according to Inuit religion. Kept me busy for a week, then it faded away. What is most dangerous to me is that I feel like I don't have control. On bad days when impulses bombard me, it feels like sounds are scratching me eardrums, and as if I can only solve it by stabbing my ears and skull. Those moments are unbearable and make me peak suicidal. I dread the next time that happens. Who knows when? Depression with psychotic features. I get what I call residual sounds, like random sounds or words that keep repeating or echoing even after someone has stopped speaking. When I get really stressed, or in a bad way I have trouble with things around me losing their solidity or realness. Things just become flat, or like trying to move through a painting. But a painting doesn't have 3 dimensions and things moving in is scary and wrong, and you can't step forward because there is no forward. Sometimes the floors and walls sort of pixelates. Like if you stare close at a TV screen everything is reduced to dots, so are walls and floors, and generally large spaces of similar color if you look. Think pointillism. But when I have a breakdown they cease being real solid structures, like you could start to fall through it, because it has lost its tangible quality. It's weird but mostly avoidable by not really looking into walls or anything. Also, ever since I was a kid thought government is tracking / listening / monitoring everyone's calls, media, etc. I try not to listen to conspiracy theories because they set off paranoia, but in general I just assume being monitored is a fact of life, so I don't freak out about it overly. Currently things are pretty good on my meds, but I do hear random music. So far it's easy to logic out of. What are odds neighbor blaring symphony music at 1 AM into your bathroom? Slim. Probably just you. I don't tell my friends because people react really differently to depression vs hallucinations. Sorry for the long post. If taking near me, about me, to me when no one was around. specifically when I was tired, the sensation of hordes of rats/bugs running around me while I was walking, seeing animals, specifically a white tiger lazily whipping its tail on top of a wardrobe in a one-night stand's bedroom and the door having a big bulbous veiny eye peering at me. On a walk home I saw a dead deer and thought it was a sign I was going to die. Then I went back maybe less than an hour later, and it was gone, and the picture I had taken of it wasn't on my phone anymore. Or in really depressed moments I'd feel kind of like zombies pressing against my window, maybe because I felt trapped. I don't know. I'd kind of attributed these hallucinations to depression. I also used to believe that the patterns in which my friends walked would affect our future, like if we were walking in a line and one of us had to split off to let someone pass, then in the future she would die or we would lose contact with her. So I'd be the one to split off so none of them would die or disappear, like that actually mattered. In particularly elated moments I still think I can control traffic lights with my presence, but maybe that's just a wild imagination. I hope this is seen by someone, and you can help me. A childhood friend of mine who's also an army veteran has recently started to show signs of what could be paranoid schizophrenia. The story is that he was working for a guy who did debt collection. Apparently the way they did that was by harassing the debtors, although he says nothing illegal, to pressure them into paying. He didn't like the line of work, so he left. Shortly after, he started feeling like he was watched. Like he was being followed and observed all the time like the debtors were. It's sorta spiraling out of control. He sold his house and moved to another state. He keeps posting videos on social media narrating the evident ways in which he's being observed and has now moved his paranoia towards the government and thinks the FBI is the one watching him. Apparently his former boss had friends in there. I've had short conversations with him in which I try to help him stay safe, saying I believe him, since I can see how defensive he gets when people don't believe him, while at the same time trying to point out that some of the occurrences are coincidences. Does anyone have any advice on how to help him? It doesn't help the fact that he already went to the VA office and they talked to him for 5 minutes and gave him pills. I knew I had something more than bipolar when I detached from reality. My usual panic attacks became more violent. Instead of just hyperventilating and high blood pressure and racing thoughts, my face would go numb. I wouldn't be able to feel my lips if I pressed them together, if I touched them with my fingertips. I often became confused about who I was, where I was, my age, unable to recognize my face, and often watched myself in third person, literally beside myself. I had paranoid thoughts. We lived next to the airport in Las Vegas and I suddenly became terrified that a plane was going to land on us and kill us. Every time a plane took off, my anxiety shot through the roof point. If I heard people talking outside of my apartment, even going into their own apartment, I became afraid they were trying to break in and wouldn't sleep for hours. I often felt a connection to music, as others have stated, that some songs were messages to me on how I should act through certain situations. I became paranoid that my family was secretly plotting against me, that they talked about me behind my back, which caused me to be pretty mean to them for no reason. I often saw shadow people, which my friend had a theory that I really liked, just ghosts living out their day to day. This comforts me. Mine manifested in a constant fear of being unsafe. I double, triple, quadruple check the locks before going to bed. Someone is in my house anyways, watching me probably. Waiting in the darkness. Sometimes I see them. I check each room before going to bed. I lay in bed, paranoid, until I pass out. When DP/DR hit me, that's when I sought help. That's when voices, hallucinations, and intrusive thoughts were the worst. I've since been medicated and am doing fine, but live in constant fear of it somehow creeping back in and happening again. I was diagnosed years ago and refused to take their toxic meds, but I smoke weed. Anyway, the TV of my neighbor is literally talking to me lately. I went to take a pee and the guy on TV said he's taking a piss or something like that. I listen to it every time I go to the bathroom, and it is honestly starting to freak me the fuck out. Before, the air conditioning kicking in would always be when I would think bad thoughts about my ex, and it was telling me to shut up. Sometimes I bite myself in response to my bad thoughts. Not on purpose, but like a twitch point. I know it's not real, but I like toying with it point, like how the first time I heard SpongeBob in years just so happened to be the first time I saw Mr. Krabs on Reddit point. Kinda weird point. I was convinced for about a second that if I killed myself, my ex would be waiting on the other side for me point. All the music I listened to literally brainwashed me into ruining my life. Well, my life wasn't ruined, and I didn't relate to the songs. But then the words of the songs became my reality and all was lost point. Whatever, I know it's crazy, but it feels good point. If the songs ruined my life, I didn't point. I made some faked up choices. I looked for all the ways out point, even took acid, and went full blown schizo point. My friend who I did not want to sleep with convinced me to sleep with her. I was lonely, and she was threatening me. I slept with her. That broke me. I forever died on the inside. That was the start of my schizo. She had so much control over my reality that she touched a dead wire and was able to make it shock my neck point. I was told she was part of the CIA and she put a chip in my neck point. I don't believe it so much anymore, but goddamn, thinking your reality is being fed to you by a chip to make you life lonely as revenge for sleeping with her is scary as fact point, making me cry. I have what's called drug-induced psychosis, which is basically schizophrenia, so I thought I should share my experience. The first sign for me was uncontrollable movements, walking around in circles, and pacing back and forth, that I genuinely couldn't stop, mixed with very impulsive emotional reactions. The next stage was believing that there was a secret society that watched my every move and communicated by talking and code close to mobile phones for their microphones to pick up. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was a suspect, and I believed they were all informing on me to the police. I thought my family, my girlfriend, my friends had all betrayed me and were helping police convict me of crimes. I became paranoid that people were trying to frame me for crimes I didn't commit. I was a mess, following people of the public, angrily telling one guy I wasn't stupid, that I knew what was going on. I thought members of this secret society has put microphones in my house and were watching me on infrared though the smoke alarms. I was a slave to my own thoughts, believing every single thing that popped into my head, thinking I had found some sort of big truth everyone had been keeping from me. If at the time I was experiencing all this, I had read something like what I'm writing here, I would think that it's a trick, that I'm not crazy and it's propaganda. The TV was sending me messages, and at some moments I thought it was commentating me every move. When I finally got admitted to the mental health unit of my local public hospital, I thought I was done for. I thought they had me. I was trapped forever. They would never let me out. My thoughts during this never flowed in a logical, evidence-based way. Looking back on it, they were full of delusion and unproven suspicion. I could go on about other things I had experienced over those very bad few months, but it's not something I wish to go on about. But after all that, I started getting better. I'm not sure how exactly medication has helped a tiny bit, but honestly in my experience time is the biggest healer. I still have delusional thoughts over a year after my first big episode. Most drugs make these thoughts worse. The only drugs I've found to make me feel normal again are opiates, even though on long binges of high doses they can give me visual and auditory hallucinations. The problem with schizophrenia and psychosis, and any kind of mental health disorder, is you don't know what the delusions are until after you've stopped believing them. It's a paradox that even affects normal looking people. It's what tricks some people into being racist and sexist. I hope this helps, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. Ever since I was very young, I would hear voices, usually just calling my name, or muttering just on the edge of being audible. I would occasionally have visual hallucinations, such as being able to see with my eyes closed, perceiving a slightly wonky version of everything around me. By the time I was in high school, I had begun having vivid flashes of images of me hurting people, attacking them, generally horribly violent stuff. I thought that I was just some kind of horrible sociopath, budding serial killer, and tried desperately to do everything I could to avoid that fate. About that time I started seeing a lot of shadow people and various visual distortions accompanied by paranoia. Once I stayed up all night staring at my door, because though it was sneaking up on me, it looked like it was steadily getting closer to the bed, and I was terrified of what would come through the door when it reached me. I would also have occasional bouts of verbal diarrhea, where I would forget a word and just start speaking randomly without stopping, sometimes just nonsense or disconnected rambling. It was quite amusing to my friends, but I found it deeply distressing, because I just completely lost control over my speech. I never really talked about any of this, because my mom didn't believe in mental health problems, but after leaving home and subsequently dropping out of uni I went to see a psych who ended up diagnosing me with schizophrenia. I'm now on a very hefty dosage of medication, and am doing pretty well. I still get things in the corner of my eyes and occasional voices, but the worst of it seems to be under control. I really don't want to come off as a jerk, but I worked with a woman who I'm pretty sure was schizophrenic, and it was kind of scary. In the 8 or 9 months of working with her, I went from being her saving grace to her number one target or outlet. She was awesome at the beginning, but things started to change fast. Shortly into training her, she made it public knowledge she was completely certain that her ex-husband was hacking her cell phone to the point that she got new phones every other pay period. Almost any time she text messaged me, it was always from a different number, because she would change it all the time. She then thought her ex hacked her company laptop and was sabotaging her work. One time I walked by her desk, and as I was approaching she was just cracking up, like she heard the funniest joke ever. As I pass her desk I notice that she's laughing like a mad person and there was nothing on her screen, just a Windows 10 wallpaper, no earbuds or phone playing anything. She'd just cackle all the time randomly, or say that's funny to absolutely nothing that I could see or hear. That wasn't the freaky part. She started to hate me all of a sudden. She'd crowbar in the most random conspiracy theories into any office conversations, and derail chit chat. For instance, we were all sitting around talking about the royal wedding that took place not too long ago, and she managed to turn it into a "the Queen of England enslaving Canadian natives" rant. Another time we were talking about technical certification paths and goals we each had, and she turned it into a conversation about gender discrimination. It got to the point where I didn't want to engage. When it came time to help her I did so cordially, but kept it short and professional. I wouldn't start any conversations or even look at her or in her direction. One day I'm doing some work nose deep in my screen and I hear her say, "I see you looking at me. I know you're up to something." I look around and say, "Are you talking to me?" I was genuinely puzzled. She says, "Yeah, I see you watching me. You're up to something." I shit you not, her face seemed like it transformed into a maniacal version of her or something. She'd talk about getting her CCW all the time. I was worried she was packing in the office. Eventually she was let go. She would royally fuck up so much, and our manager gave her so many chances plus extra training. Constant blatant lies, constant excuses, falling asleep in the lobby, you name it. Blamed another manager of logging into a system as her to sabotage her once. My manager even made a joke that if anyone was to shoot up the place, it would be her. I didn't find that sheet funny at all. I did find out from another person that she was going off some sort of meds on purpose. Not sure what they were, but they did make a difference. Till this day I still always look around corners in the parking garage. I'm hoping to find out what I could do to help even a little bit supportive in case this ever happens again. Hi, I'm diagnosed schizoaffective bipolar type, which is similar to schizophrenia. I've always felt like I was the main character in a game show, broadcast to all of humankind. Ever since I was a little kid. I've never seen it, but when I explain this to people now they're like, "Oh, you mean the Truman Show?" But it was a very real thing to me. I'd make my decisions based on what I thought their reaction would be. Sometimes I felt very compelled to do things based on this. Usually they weren't bad, since I was a little kid. It was usually good habits actually, like doing one of my chores I didn't like to do. I'd close my eyes and envision what camera angles they were seeing me through, and thought the producers would mess with my room. Sometimes I stopped going to school once I entered the 6th grade. Not just like stop, but stop. It was really bad. My mom could not convince me to go at all, and once called the cops to bring me to school in their cop car, so I rode to school in that. My mom was neglecting me at this point, and I was living in my basement home alone, not going to school, just playing Minecraft all day. Audio hallucinations started getting bad occasionally, which was a little new. Once on a school morning I began hearing super loud invasive whispers. I don't think they were saying real words, and if they were I wouldn't remember anyways, but I just sobbed and held my hand over my ears and my mother did not know what was going on. During my teens I'd walk around my town at night really often. I'd have episodes every now and then. I had a favorite tree in a closed golf course I'd sneak into that was bordering a marsh and talk to myself and the moon. I'd see flashlights waving back and forth in the marsh while I'm up in the tree. I'd see people walking around semi-often. Once I followed one as it walked around the golf course, looked like a normal man with a hoodie on. He lay down in the grass after walking for a while, and I went up next to him to see if he was real. I kinda sneaked up and asked if they were okay, and I think they sat up. Then I just ran behind a tree and looked back, and they were gone. I had a delusion where I thought if I didn't bathe in this rainwater puddle in the golf course I would die, or there would be grave consequences. So I stripped and bathed in it. The past 2 years have been the worst. My Truman delusion has transformed into something even more dumb. I'd believe I was in a simulation created by super intelligent lizard people. Yep. I'm the only real person in this simulation. I've hallucinated lizard doctors outside my window and boarded up my room with my table against the window, dresser against door and everything locked. I'd draw faces and lizards and other little doodles on printer paper then self-harm and put my blood over the drawings. Then I'd take them to different places in my room and talk with them. The one on my lamp was Lampy and was the one I communicated with the most. I had a stuffed lizard plushie that I eventually hammered into the wall. I crucified it, put my blood on its belly then cut it open, was stuffed with little plastic beads that went all over my bed, was super annoying. I felt them in my bed for months after. I think it's really hard to catch yourself when you're having a break from reality. If I'm in an episode then I'm not going to be thinking lucidly enough to stop having the episode. I had a friend of mine stay with us while he looked for an apartment in the city. He was weird but super nice. He even wanted to do our laundry for us. He didn't look for an apartment and we eventually had to tell him that having him at home was interfering with our domestic life. He moved in with another friend of his. Long story short, one night when he stayed over he told us that he was being followed and harassed on the streets, that this has happened before in his country of origin, and that it was the same people that found him and came to harass him here. At the beginning we believed him and were very worried. Then we contacted his boyfriend back home to get him to help, and that guy told us that they are not a couple and have never been together. I offered my so's friend to take him to see a doctor and get help, but he got angry and very defensive, so we cut friendship with him out of fear he would start having paranoias about us. He heard voices. He thought that that group that was following him put cameras in the building across the street to spy on him. He changed his mobile phone and computer a few times. It was very sad to see him spiraling down. I understand part of his disease, but I still don't understand why he had a whole fake life with that boyfriend. He showed us so many pictures of his apartment together and of them together. He faked that relationship for at least 10 years. They even stayed together at my so's house years before this. From that other friend he went to live with here, we found out more lies, and that he moved to another country when this other friend also realized something was weird and tried to help. I had auditory and visual hallucinations secondary to PTSD. They don't always indicate schizophrenia. Bipolar disorder can cause them as well. If you're concerned you might have one of these, I can say mine seemed to have been different than other posters. It started with very vivid dreams that I couldn't discern from reality. This started when I was young, about 8, shortly after I began being abused by a family friend. I dissociated during the events and repressed them after, but the dreams were never about the abuse or even the abuser. Usually it was my parents' deaths, or that all of my family and friends were actually monsters/zombies/bad guys in disguise. I would latch onto these dreams, even if proof they weren't real was right in my face. I also would hide in closets a lot, because I thought people were watching me all the time, and I had to be in an enclosed space with no windows and no light to have privacy. Eventually, during puberty, this escalated to self-harm, suicidal thoughts and attempts, and auditory and visual hallucinations. Sometimes the voices were nice, I miss them sometimes. More often they told me I was worthless, bad, fat. Everyone in my life would be better off without me. I think one big difference between my hallucinations and those of schizophrenics seems to be that mine were all aimed at myself or my family. That everyone hated me, and at the very end of the ordeal, that I should harm my parents. I should mention, throughout all of this I was a very high achieving, passive kid. I did well in school, and flew under the radar, other than waking up screaming, and by the time I was 10 I learned to scream into a pillow. I was very quiet, and withdrew into books, because if I focused my attention on books the hallucinations and bad thoughts abated. Another sign it wasn't schiz. It wasn't until I was 72 pounds, I'm only 5 feet 0 but still, that my parents realized I had a problem, and took me to therapy. I was admitted to the kid psych ward at my first appointment, and saw my dad cry for the second time ever. It took another 2 years of med changes and adjustments, in and out of the psych ward, therapy and more therapy, before I finally cracked and remembered the abuse, when my boyfriend tried to do something the abuser used to do. I would have doubts about if it really happened still, but once it came out 2 other girls came forward, and my brother and sister and parents suddenly remembered odd things that made a lot of sense in this circumstance. It took more therapy and meds to finally get to something resembling normal for me, and honestly it wasn't until something much worse happened that I finally let it go. So I know this is the bottom comment, and might never be seen, but that was cathartic. I've never really told anyone all about it, so if by chance you read this, thanks for your time. I've been brought in for analysis and treatment for schizophrenia in the past, but they found that my psychosis was more closely linked to other disorders, and it might have been a false diagnosis. I still have a schizophrenia diagnosis on my file, but I don't know what to make of it. I was originally diagnosed as being between schizoaffective and paranoid schizophrenia. I think it's all under the same category now. I started hearing voices or people say things when they weren't even in the room. For example, I walked by the kitchen and heard my wife say something along the lines of, "You're such a shitty worker. Just go back to work. I don't want you here right now." I spun around, and my wife was humming along to a song and washing dishes at the sink. We have a very strong relationship and it's something she would never say to me. I asked her about it, and she was horrified that I would even think she'd say something like that. The voices are often of ridicule or disappointment. I usually hear them daily, sometimes every other day. They'll say things like I'm not working hard enough, or that I'm just a failure and to give up on what I'm doing. The harder I work, the more I hear the voices say that I'm just slacking off. Lately this has been coupled with anxiety and panic at work. No matter how much I work, or what I'm doing, I'll have anxiety over not working hard enough, and start getting panic attacks. I have the constant mental thought that I'm slacking off and not doing my job, even if I'm literally working on a project in that exact moment. The voices often solidify those thoughts outside of voices. I started seeing things and believing things that weren't there. I've had full psychosis trips where I thought the world was practically on fire and that I was the last human alive, or that a little girl is walking an elephant through the school halls. The worst one was when I was visiting some family in another state. It was nighttime. I was drifting to sleep while watching a YouTube video when I was suddenly fully awake and thought the mafia was out to get me. I had an overwhelming sensation that the mob was right outside and was coming up the stairs to shoot me in my sleep. I started panicking and woke up my wife. I was trying to talk in a low voice so the mob wouldn't hear me, but was also crying to my wife, trying to explain that they were coming for me. I started shaking in a panic as to what I should do. I thought about defending myself with a gun. The house we were at was on a farm with lots of guns on the property. I knew I first had to barricade the door in case they were already there. So I got up and started looking for a chair or something to put against the door. I was sweating and crying that I was going to die once they got a hold of me and that I owed them a lot of money. My wife eventually got a hold of me and started asking questions to resolve the situation. Why would they be after you? Have you even gambled in your life? Why would you owe them money? If you owe them money, what's the exact amount that you owe? This wasn't the first time this happened, but it was the most extreme. She knows to ask questions and make them more and more specific. It helps me outthink the psychosis when I try to explain it in detail. Details don't add up, and reality slowly comes back. I had to force myself asleep that night, still in a slight panic that I was going to die that night. I've only told my wife and therapist about this next part. The rest of my family doesn't know, and I'm afraid of what they'd think if they knew. I greatly struggle with the paranoid aspect of schizophrenia. For years now, I've assumed nearly every piece of food given to me by my family has been poisoned. It's something I just have to force myself through. Every cookie my sister bakes, and every muffin my wife makes, I assume is poisoned. I have to be standing there when they make it, know where they got all the ingredients beforehand, and watching someone else eat the food before I eat it is a must. I'm actually fine with restaurants and food from vendors, unless one of my family members knows the cook or waiter. Then they could be conspiring against me. Together, I never eat all my food in hopes that eating only a little poison won't kill me. I eat a very minimal amount of food when at all possible. If someone scoops out a chunk of mashed potatoes, I'm in a panic to get the potatoes as close to where the initial scoop happened. If they poisoned the potatoes, and they are only taking potatoes from one side, then the other side must be poisoned. So I get my scoop as close as possible to the previous scoop. I never get food first. If I notice a majority of my family not eating something, I won't touch it. I have near panic attacks whenever a family member makes food for me, specifically, like a cake or my favorite soup. I try to suggest that I'll eat it later, and then I never do. I'm much more willing to take food from strangers and have no problems going out to eat. It's only when it involves my family or people close to me does the panic set in. Point warning for others: if you suspect anything, bring it up with someone. Talk to a therapist or a loved one or someone that can help you get help. Getting help by yourself is hard. Most schizophrenia incidents happen without the individual knowing that something is wrong or out of place. If you're hearing voices from people that aren't there, or experiencing things that no one else is seeing/experiencing, you should get checked out. It all seemed very normal to me, and that nothing was wrong until someone else pointed it out, and I started going to therapy for it. My childhood best friend was schizophrenic. In the very earliest stages, I was not actively seeking out signs of schizophrenia, but the first event from that time frame was a moment where he spaced out with his jaw gaping open and a jaded look struck his face. After a period of a few minutes being spaced out, he asked if I had a cigarette. When I said no, he sort of whimpered in agony and went back into this jaded state. It didn't last too long, but it was long enough to feel awkward and off-putting. It felt like a comedian who uses silence and awkwardness to draw the audience to laughter due to a feeling of discomfort. From his perspective, he felt trapped in that moment. He spoke of how he could not progress forward in his mind, and the cigarette was acting like the catalyst that would let him break free from his trapped state. As time progressed, so did the signs. He occasionally would have erratic behavior, but generally he would apologize and go back to normal. However, most notably were looping thought processes. He would get stuck on a part of a conversation or song, and he would get hung up on that moment or sentence for long periods of time. I think this is about when he started hearing voices/talking to himself more. Lastly, I can remember changes in mannerism. He began to over-exaggerate words. When he was in a state of schizophrenia, he would stare blindly at you sometimes, and he would move more sporadically. The tipping point was when he was about 19 to 20 years old. He had an episode where he thought he was God or some sort of being brought down by God. He stripped naked and ran around. He was checked into a facility and came out a few days later. He was never fully the same after that. This is the part where I want to stop and say that if you know someone with schizophrenia, make sure to be a support system for them in any way you can. Even if that just means calling them on the phone sometime. It's hard, but being there for other people can be vital to their mental stability. A few months after this tipping point episode, my quiet friend became a man often inside of his own head, and he ventured more and more towards drugs as a solution to his internal dilemma. Imagine it as a puzzle that he felt he needed to solve, and he thought that the drugs were helping him see it more clearly. This dilemma led to his downfall. He attempted a suicide by wrecking a car over a guardrail. He lived but was badly injured, and from that moment on his parents regained full custody of him. Many of my friends went to college, moved away, got married, etc. As the years went past, his support dwindled down to a handful of people. Additionally, his parents, with full custody, treated him poorly. He couldn't work, he couldn't drive, he could barely afford a small one-bedroom apartment in a terrible neighborhood with no walking options available to him. Eventually, most people wouldn't even try to talk to him on the phone anymore. This led him deeper and deeper into his own head, and it ultimately led to him taking his own life. Not schizophrenic, but recently got diagnosed with bipolar after experiencing a psychotic episode. It started with hallucinations. I saw the earth or furniture violently shaking. The floor would start sliding sideways under my feet, something dark stalking me, or running past me which I'd see out of the corner of my eye, etc. Friends were telling me to go see a doctor for weeks. What finally tipped me off that something's not okay was when I spent a night sitting beside the bed and telling my boyfriend the end of the world is coming. I was convinced that the things I was seeing were premonitions. I was the chosen one by some all-powerful entity to see glimpses into the future when the end would be ending. I had the power to choose whom I want to know that it was coming so they could avoid the horrible stuff that would happen. Earthquakes, buildings falling, terrible creatures coming out to roam the earth by suicide. I was convinced I'd get the message a few hours before the apocalypse and would jump out of my window. Why else would God make me live so high up? It's all planned out. Thought back on it a few days later and laughed to myself that the speech I had given would sound like complete crazy talk from anyone that isn't the Messiah like me. Immediately went, wait, maybe I should see a doctor. I'm not schizophrenic, but in high school my best friend developed schizophrenia. It was terrifying to see my friend's mind slowly deteriorate. This happened about 4 years ago. My friend was a freak athlete, fastest kids on the track team. Despite not working out much, he was the guy who would do backflips off a one-story roof. The first noticeable signs, for me, was his personality changes. He lost his ability to seem enthusiastic, he didn't eat much, and he stated to develop some hygiene issues. Eventually he got into a fight with his mom, and I told him he could stay with me. At first I didn't realize anything. I figured he was upset about his fight with his mom. I eventually noticed him saying/whispering, like a word or two, but it was inaudible. Then he started to freeze up, and holy shit, it was scary. We'd be watching TV, and I would notice him frozen in a weird position. Like he would hold an arm in the air and tilt his head sideways and not move until someone snapped him out of it. He would act like nothing happened, like he blacked it out or something. After a week at my house, he was growing increasingly irritable, and he started to freeze up daily. I talked to his mom about it, and she said she'd noticed differences too. She didn't seem too concerned, and wouldn't get him medical attention. Then I went to my school's child welfare official and explained the entire situation. She said all she could do is call his mom. By week 2 at my house, his irritability became more violent, and he never really seemed to be able to maintain a conversation. He would just look at a wall and quit listening. Then he froze one day and we couldn't snap him out of it. His arm was in the air, each of his fingers was bent differently, and he just stared at the couch I was on. I will never forget the look in his face, like he wanted to kill someone and smelled something really bad. After an hour or two, I called his mom and put the phone on speaker and he snapped out of it. Later that day we were standing in my kitchen and he picked up a baseball and held it like he was going to throw it at me, and he froze like that. That was it. He wasn't himself at all anymore. I sat down with him and told him that I thought he needed help. I told him he needed to go back to his mom's house. He never got help, and one day he walked out of school and never returned. After that year I went off to college and never saw or spoke to him since. I constantly wonder if he okay and if I could have done more. I was really young, about 16, so I made music and I had 2 rooms that I would use. The kitchen where our computer was to record it, and my room to write and practice. I remember the oddest thing. My little sister was right next to me in the kitchen as I was recording. I remember telling her to stop talking even When I got mad at her though, I got up and went to go to the other room. Down the hall across from mine was my sister coming out of her room. Now, I thought that this was just my brain playing a trick. But I legit tried to figure out how she got there so fast. But she claimed she hadn't been in the kitchen where I claimed to talk to her and get mad. Point anyway, that stuff started happening way more. I realize now that when people have conversations with themselves, I heard that and thought, well, I'm normal. Or when they talked about their brain playing tricks on them, I thought, cool, this is normal. But I never talked about it to anyone who could unbiasedly say, hey, you're mentally ill. Point, I'd say this is what you should do if you experience odd problems like those. Because sometimes for some people, it isn't schizophrenia. One, find a person you trust and who isn't part of your daily life. A trusted aunt or uncle, grandparent, counselor, etc. They will have a more blank slate to go off of and not just chalk it up to, oh, he's silly. Especially as a teen, to train yourself to open up about the weird stuff that you experience. Point, I've been diagnosed for 5 years now, and I could have gotten so much more help long before if I'd had just talked about it with the right people. Point, I wish you all the best through these rough times. I ate mushrooms every day for a year. My third eye was wide open. Point, maybe a year later I was arrested. Within 24 hours I was auditorily and visually hallucinating. I saw George Washington, butterflies, Abe Lincoln, the sky, many things, in the walls of the jail. I was hearing a lot of noises. I tripped due to anxiety and exhaustion for about 6 weeks, until I was given Depakote. In the first 2 days of being in general population I cleaned everything. It was the only possible thing that I knew I could do. The other inmates simply stayed out of my way. There were a few that would ask what was up. Honestly, it was the inmates that saved me, mentally. I spent my 22nd birthday in the hole. When I got out they had all pitched into Mackie a big cake. I was literally tripping so hard I couldn't say words. They understood. Point, there was another inmate, about 6 feet 3 inches, very friendly, unless you get near his bunk. I didn't know this. I just found the safest place I could and hunkered down. When he saw me on his bunk he didn't say an edged word. He just sat down and read some magazines with me. Over the next few months I saw many people get downgraded to the lowest position in the block for sitting on that man's bunk or even being too close to it. That man would have other inmates smuggle cat magazines through to him at church services and he would bring them to me. I think he understood where I was and that nothing could have helped more than a place to feel safe. Things got better after about 6 weeks. Once I was broken. Not schizophrenia, but bipolar with psychosis, which is somewhat similar. The biggest first thing for me was rapidly escalating anxiety that didn't get better with standard anxiety treatment and started to cause difficulty in my daily activities. This then led to, and combined with insomnia and paranoia, and then culminated in severe delusions of reference, the hearing and seeing signs in everything that people are talking about. My warning to others would be that, no matter your symptoms, if you feel like your life is starting to fall apart, problems at work, conflicts with friends and loved ones that are unusual for you, feeling like you can no longer trust people, unstable living situation, let people know that something feels wrong before things completely fall apart. It is so much easier to get back on your feet if you haven't already lost your job, alienated your friends, or become homeless. People are understandably scared of the word "psychosis" as a diagnosis, but it's totally possible to live a happy and fulfilling life with some basic maintenance. The difficult part is getting out of the acute crisis situation that severe psychosis can get you into. If you intervene before you've lost your safety net, then you can more quickly stabilize your relationships, housing and job. People are also understandably afraid of antipsychotic medication, and it can have horrible side effects and totally zombify you. But again, if you intervene earlier you can often avoid having to use the heavy duty stuff to pull you out of severe psychosis and instead start with lower doses of gentler and more tolerable medications. I kept hearing people call my name and I would turn around and nobody would be there. I just started the 11th grade and was in all AP and IB classes. The first 2 days of school I spent the entire day staring at the ceiling tiles. Everything was painfully boring. I walked home from school and I almost collapsed on the ground. I don't know what actually happened, it just felt like I disappeared. But then I remember going into the living room and seeing my girlfriend dead on the floor. I panicked. At first I assumed I killed her because I was the only one in the house. I was going to call the police, but then I started getting text messages from my girlfriend. It really confuses me. But then I started to think it was someone posing as her, and maybe I got knocked out and someone else killed her. I went back to the living room, and she was gone. It freaked me out, since I thought someone was in the house. Eventually I started to hear voices telling me to kill my little brother when he gets home. I was terrified, and I called my mom asking for help. I was 16, and she just thought I needed to eat, or maybe I was dehydrated. She took to an emergency room, and they sent me to a psych ward for the first time. I ended up going to a psych ward 9 times, and spending up to 3 months at a time there. Every doctor gave me a different diagnosis. Schizoaffective, schizotypal, plain old schizophrenia, bipolar, anxiety-based psychosis, and autism. They all agree I had some form of psychosis. Sometimes I get catatonic and completely lose control. Most of my doctors disagreed with bipolar, so they took that off. And most of them disagree with the autism diagnosis, but said I could be just very high functioning. I have anxiety-based psychosis and schizotypal on my chart currently. Also, fun fact, one of the guards at the psych wards I went to goes to college with me, and I see him in math class. Bipolar W/schizoaffective. Here point I start to think everyone is talking about me. I begin to sneak around the house and avoid my roommates. I begin to believe people are upset with me and try to find reasons to explain it. Am I messy? Things start to begin moving faster now. My thoughts are racing. I'm in the basement trying to overhear a conversation my roommates are having. Is it about me? I'm leaning up the stairs trying to get every last word right, when in reality I can barely hear them. I can't make out many words because it's so hard to hear. My heart is pounding now. What did I do wrong? I didn't mean to upset them. Was it that I didn't do the dishes quickly enough? Are they getting rid of me? Is my life about to fall apart? Why are they slamming doors? What are they doing? That sounds so strange. I'd go ask or go see, but they're talking about me. I don't want to be seen. I'm tired of being judged all the time. I can't focus. This is all I can focus on now. I turn off my games. I stop watching my TV shows. I stop listening to music. Every time I turn them back on I hear the door slamming again. It's so loud. How can anyone focus with all of this noise? It's been 4 hours now. I'm stuck in a loop. My back is against the wall. I have smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. I'm restless. I don't tell anyone because I don't want to be the weird guy. I just want to be normal. Why am I like this? Why am I ruining my life and friendships by being like this? I go upstairs. I still have a bit of sanity left. My roommates set up a new shoe rack. That's what they were doing. It's all in my head. Those are my warning signs. Very hard for others to catch as I immediately isolate myself without thinking. This happens regularly, and although I'm substantially better at catching and correcting it, it's still an absolutely exhausting event. My brother has now had 3 episodes of psychosis. Each has lasted anywhere from 6 months to possibly years. We do not know for certain how long his first episode was, as he was living abroad at the time, and we only became aware when he had been starving himself and depriving himself of water for months, believing he was being poisoned by local authorities. He quit his job and turned himself into the police, who were really confused as to why he was there. My husband ended up having to go and find him on the run as the airport security would not allow him on a plane, believing he was on drugs. It took me working with Foreign Affairs, the consulate there, an English-speaking psychiatrist, who gave up half of her day there, to meet them at the hospital and ensure that staff understood he needed psychiatric help, the chief of staff and his interpreter, and one kind airport security guard who spoke a very small amount of English, for us to finally get him home for treatment. That was 4 years ago. He's had 2 more episodes since and still does not believe he has experienced psychosis. He is currently in an episode and each time resets to believing that the foreign government is after him. Point. That awareness that it is not real can take years for some people. Point. Side note, my entire family is still trying to recover from that initial episode. Easily the most horrifying experience of our lives. To any of you who live in a similar world that he does, you are strong as fuck. I'm sorry that your world can be that scary at times. I hope that you have people who love and support you through the tough times. I think when I first accepted that I was experiencing something that was different from everyone else's world was from the first time I had a psychotic break from acid. Often, people just told me it was simply a bad trip, but let me be clear, I've had a few bad trips, a lot of good ones, and then 2 specifically horrifying ones. I took acid with a ton of friends on my 18th birthday and couldn't tell that I was slipping until it was far too late. I came to about 6 hours later and was in my friend's car with him. I looked him right in the eye and said, "What just happened, man?" He responded, "You had a really bad trip, dude." Everyone explained what had happened and I posted about it on r/drugs to try and figure out what went wrong. They told me it was a psychotic break and I should steer clear of psychedelics from now on because it could happen at any time and I might not be so lucky next time. Point being, the druggie that I was, I completely ignored their advice and continued to trip. I had lots of amazing trips and completely dismissed the event as a bad trip that was just due to poor set and setting. Point. Fast forward a few years and I'm at Bonnaroo doing some strong acid again. I started telling my friend who was tripping with me that I know what's happening and it's going to be the best day of his life, over and over. I made him walk back to camp with me to meet up with everyone and once again slipped from reality. I did some violent things to my friends and said some scary stuff about rap to the girls that were with us. They said that I had superhuman strength and the whole thing lasted a few hours before they finally got some medical crew to come sedate me. I woke up covered in pee and strapped to a cot in the med tent. They listened to me after I woke up and I explained that I was all sobered up and ready to go home. Point. I haven't taken acid since then and refuse to be a part of any trips from now on. I'm proud of myself for making this decision finally because giving up drugs has helped my life immensely. Point. Since that day though, I have been hearing small whispers and occasionally will hear full personalities talking to me. They are usually really kind, funny, conversational people and I don't worry about it too much. I'll also have these horrible paranoia episodes where I think everyone is out to get me. It's like they are spying on me and they don't want me to make it in the world. I always think the world is this horrible place that wants to tear me down. The last time it happened, I thought my girlfriend was lying about birth control and all the songs on the radio and shows on TV were trying to tell me about it. I always think that music and TV are communicating to me specifically, and it's super scary, but the next day I'll dismiss the thoughts and feel like an idiot. I always think that I'm faking it and I don't have anything wrong with me, then it'll just hit you like a bus. I'm in therapy and have finally confessed everything that I hear to my friends and therapist. Things are better. They get better. I know this is a long as post, but if you are struggling with anything similar, just know that you can live a perfectly healthy and productive life even with these setbacks. My advice to anyone that might think that something is happening is, don't let people tell you what you feel. Only you know what you hear and see, and if someone is telling you that there's no way anything like that can happen to you, then fuck them. You have to face it head on and learn to cope. It will be okay. I love you, and there are others that love you too. You'll make it through it. I believe in you. TLDR, had a few drug-induced psychotic break that triggered mild schizophrenia. People will tell you that it happens to everyone, and you're faking it. You leave and believe them. It'll come back like a beast and tear you down. I was in denial, but finally accepted and faced my problems. You can too. Don't deny. Just survive. My mom is schizophrenic, both my brothers are schizophrenic and my dad passed away from a brain tumor when I was 9. Now I have 2 emotionally and mentally strong children, an amazing wife, and there's currently no sign of mental illness in myself. One thing I will say among my brothers and mother is the signs they were schizophrenic didn't come overnight. Until this day I have family that thinks it's a choice for them. They're intelligent, can be completely communicative and understanding of day-to-day issues and problems. but the one constant is that they are incredibly unreliable for long periods of time. They are completely incapable of holding jobs, staying in the same field, focusing on the mundane. Seems like ADHD, I know. But it's like ADHD coupled also with the inability to always knowing what's real and what's not. Their ideas manifest themselves as reality often. For instance, people leaving death threats to them, believing specific people are God, believing specific family members have had the devil inside them. The human population is a plague. People are out to make sure they fail. Unfortunately, even if you get them to believe for a while that certain thoughts aren't real, they come back or manifest to a more insidious idea. Then often they won't speak on them in fear that no one believes them anyway. It's affected our relationships. One of my brothers has committed suicide and the other has tried to overdose several times. Life moves on. Few years ago, my wife and my mom worked at a long-term care hospital that takes the people who have been in the hospital too long or there is nothing else they can do for them, but they medically can't go back home/retirement home. A lot of the patients were older people in bad shape or with bad infections. Real shitty place. Anyways, they had a patient brought in from a university hospital who the doctors could not diagnose medically, so they thought she had some sort of mental break. According to her parents, she was a normal 23-year-old female, had a job and boyfriend, normal life, no unusual stressors. One day they said she left work no feeling well and went to check on her, and she was hysterical, crying/screaming in her apartment. They took her to hospital when she wouldn't calm down and sedated her. Fast forward 3 months until she is sent to my wife's work. She hasn't said a word in months and needed a sitter at nights for fear of self-harm. At night she would sit up in bed and speak in tongues or scream, and had to be fed though feeding tube during day because they couldn't get her to eat. After a few months they had to transfer her to another facility. Fast forward another 6 months and the hospital gets a thank you letter from girl's family, and my mom and wife couldn't believe it when they found out that the girl had recovered and was back to starting to live her normal life again. My mother worked in healthcare for 40 years and told me that she had never seen anything like it, and if she believed in possession she would have said that's what it was. My wife, being 21 at the time, was just freaked out by the whole thing. My niece is a diagnosed schizophrenic, and looking back, I don't know how they didn't see it before. She would talk about seeing people in the dark and hearing things. My daughter, who was around 4 at the time, was sleeping in the same room as her, and the next morning, my niece was insisting that my daughter had been standing in the room in the dark and whispering to her. Everyone kind of just laughed it off, as my niece can occasionally be an attention seeker or eager to make people laugh. They only finally took her to see a doctor when they caught her cutting herself because the voices were telling her to kill them and she wanted to stop herself. Pretty faked up. Poor thing. I doubt anyone who knows her will read this, so I'm taking this opportunity to get a family secret off my chest. My niece has an older sister who she is always trying to live up to and emulate. She feels inferior as her sister is popular and has no mental illness, but that's because they don't have the same dad. My niece's real father was a man her mom slept with during a break from her dad. Her real father is a diagnosed schizophrenic and has a lot of mental issues, which is why her mom went back to her dad. They raised my niece thinking her dad is the one who raised her. She's nearly 18 and still doesn't know. I think it's wrong they haven't told her, as it would explain so much about herself, but they don't think she can handle the truth. I was adopted at birth and found out when I was 6, and I handled it fine. Anyway, glad to be able to put that out there. I hope they tell her someday. I'm not schizophrenic, but I was there when a close friend of mine started showing signs. Unfortunately, the friendship ended due to his early symptoms because he wasn't yet diagnosed and was freaking me out because I thought he was just odd. I feel terrible now about it. We were in the dorms in college, and he was the first guy who was nice to me besides my roommate, so naturally we began hanging out and developed a close friendship. One day, like clockwork, he started going to bed at midnight and waking up at 3 AM. At 3 AM he would shower and start typing these papers and keeping a journal. This is all told from his roommates. He said he was working for the CIA and they just thought he was joking and assumed it was for a writing course. He wasn't joking. One of his roommates checked his journal about a month later, and it was full of timestamps of where his roommates went, what they did, when they slept, etc. I used to smoke pot a lot with my roommate. My friend told me he quit smoking pot when he was 16 because it made him crazy, and that I shouldn't smoke either. Now I know about the early development of schizophrenia with weed, and it makes sense. When my roommate went to class, my friend knocked on my door and told me to pack my things and to move into his dorm down the hall. He said he would keep me from my roommate's influence because he sensed a dark path ahead for me. That's when I started distancing myself. He would tell the hall about his superior sleep schedule and mention his top secret jobs. He did this one day in class and the teacher recommended he go to the university clinic. There he was first diagnosed or thought to have schizophrenia. He came back to my floor crying, asking if my floormates could hear the voices too because he thought it was normal. I felt so bad, but this was after not talking to one another for months, and he isolated himself for the last month of school before we all went home for the summer. It's definitely one of the wildest experiences I've ever had. I ran into him once this year, and he is medicated, thriving, and has a wonderful girlfriend. Not sure if this counts, but I dated a schizophrenic for around a year, and he used to talk a lot about what it was like before and what happened to make him, in his words, go crazy. I'm only posting here because he doesn't like Reddit and has never understood why it's so popular, so I'm confident he won't find himself in this thread. Point for starters, his ex-girlfriend faked his brother while they were together. He said he's pretty sure that played a role in it. Second, he said he had attempted to become a devout Christian, reading the Bible daily and going to college and keeping to himself, away from the party lifestyle where he met characters like the aforementioned ex-girlfriend. He said he felt like opening himself to spiritual energy made a shift in him that was self-proclaimed demonic rather than godly. According to what he told me over the course of our relationship, it started out with a desire to just see how long he could go without eating. He said, for example, that one time, when he had caved in, he walked to Wendy's to get himself some food. He'd overheard a person say what sounded like the words, $20, and he was convinced that the person was placing a bet that he would finally cave that day. So, to prove them wrong, he went home and continued his hunger strike. After over a week without food, he became more delusional. He believed his entire family had been murdered, despite interacting with them every single day, and became mute. He didn't eat for nearly a month, and, near the end of that period of time, he decided to go the extra mile and stop drinking fluids as well. This lasted about 5 to 6 days before he landed himself in the hospital. This almost cost him his life. His parents took him to the hospital, where he was taken involuntarily to a psych ward. He was in such bad condition that he could not ingest solids, so he had to be fed through a tube. He also couldn't stand up, or he risked heart failure. He was bound to a wheelchair for a large portion of his stay, and he said he looked like a malnourished African child when he'd put his weight back on too rapidly. He went on to remain mute for over a year and walked through life still believing that his entire family had been murdered, despite living next door to his parents. He had to relearn how to speak. He once said that before he went crazy, he'd had a dream in which something was shoved very far up his nose and into his brain, and that it felt much more real and excruciating than any dream before. He said he remembered nothing about the dream other than the immense pain on the bridge of his nose and his prefrontal cortex. I couldn't tell you how it felt to break a bone in a dream, but I remember exactly the pain I felt that time, more than I remember most of my childhood injuries. He said he isn't convinced that aliens played a part in it, but that he wouldn't dismiss the possibility. He also said he believes his schizophrenia is a punishment for something, or that he may be a pawn in a government mind control experiment / control group. A lot of people might dismiss these ideas as paranoid banter, but all three of them seem like logical possibilities to me. I've never been to the doctors to get diagnosed, but my grandma on my mom's side and my grandpa on my dad's side were diagnosed with schizophrenia. My grandma had to be taken in a mental health facility when she was in her late 20s, early 30s. I don't remember my grandpa because he left the family when I was young, but my grandma gets really paranoid and starts believing in weird witchery stuff where people are out to get her. She rearranges her house so that she doesn't have to go next to windows and things like that. Apparently she was decently normal when she was young, but she started having symptoms in her teens, I believe. I think I might have some issues later on. I'm just a really paranoid person in general, but there has been at least 2 definite times where I think I had breaks. They were both very similar. I started having paranoid issues about my stepmom. They are valid issues, just exaggerated in the time frame. I thought she was trying to go through my stuff to frame me. She's kind of vindictive. I was having delusions about who was, and I was very disoriented. I accidentally scared myself in the mirror. I wasn't believing that it was me, and I kept trying to find who was there behind me. I spent the rest of that day huddled on the kitchen floor. It wasn't till later that I talked to my boyfriend that I was able to calm myself down about the experience. It was like a really bad trip. I was seeing little moving shadows. These stopped being so little, and despite no one being around, I'd always feel like I was being watched. This increased to later I'd see shadow people standing straight up, watching me, always at the border of my vision, or off in the distance. I'd say it was like how you might think of those Slender Man videos, except they were solid black silhouettes, no features, but I always felt like they had eyes that I just couldn't see, and they were always watching me. Later things devolved. Things just went crazy. I had a night driving to work where I knew it was fog on my window, but it looked like blood. It just looked like so much blood splashed against my windshield and slowly dripping down. Had another time at work. I was a part-time night stoker for a grocery store. While I reached into the backside of a shelf to put the newest product to the back, and when I pulled them back out into the light they started rotting. It's hard to describe, but basically I watched my flesh and muscle slough off my hands. Whole time I'm telling myself it isn't real. While I was hyperventilating. There were other incidents. I was trying to get help, actually doing somewhat better now, but it's turned me into a shut-in. I don't like going out, and when I do, if I get in crowds I suffer anxiety attacks. Because my brain is kicking into fight or flight, thinking someone's trying to sneak up on me to stab me and back. I don't know how one would detect it early other than to just notice if something odd or unreal kept happening and tell a friend or something. Sometimes I've had to ask people to keep an eye on me cause I don't know how I'm going to react to something, and it gets pretty tense. It was whenever for the first time in my existence ever, since I had left the womb, my intelligence was successful. It broke through. It discovered and established what I sought out to discover and establish. When I was 1.5 years old, it was 1994 and my sisters were at school and my dad was at work, so it was just my mom and I, so she was screaming at me. She was screaming at me so loud, and I felt this presence of evil, and inside my chest it felt like it was going to explode, and I knew that I had to escape. I ran to the ugly square box television set that sat on the ground and looked at the blackness in the glass and thought to myself that I'm going to smash my head through the TV set and kill myself and go to Vibration Land. Vibration Land was my favorite location in the house. It was the side entrance and was next to the garage, and even before I could walk I would crawl there and lean my back against the door, and when my dad would return from work I would feel the vibrations curse through my body and I would feel segments of my body that were not localized to my physical body. It was an experience of existence that was otherworldly. It was so much more potent and vivid than the bullshit I was used to the rest of the day. So I knew that if I could smash my head hard enough against the glass, that I would go to Vibration Land. It was realizing that this is not the correct planet for me, because at that time I still remembered clear as yesterday what it was like whenever I was in the womb. Whenever I felt my existence focused and drenched in the electric chemical perfection of the womb, and to have my very existence fueled by an external heartbeat that is primordial to myself. That is what Vibration Land reminded me of, and when I looked out at the sun outside and looked at the sky I still sensed the same heartbeat, just on a larger and more sophisticated scale. I knew that if I smashed my head hard enough, that I would find a better heartbeat to be nourished and excited by. This physical universe that these other people belong to is not worthy of intelligent thought. I thought, how can they accept this as a valid reality? It was all a bunch of gunk then, and it is all just as much of gunk now. I didn't know that my symptoms from early childhood and onwards were psychosis. I didn't think it was unusual, and so I didn't talk much about it or bring attention to it. My parents would have caught the signs fast. If I had. I spiraled fast in my early 20s and had a full-on break from reality, though my grip on it has been pretty tenuous for a long time, and I just figured it was the human condition. I had always hallucinated, auditory, visual, tactile, but these were another flavor of hallucination entirely. I didn't know what year it was, or where I was, who I was currently dating, or who I lived with. Thought my friends / housemates had created episodes of television using sets and costumes to influence my media intake and make me act in a certain way, or specifically to trick and humiliate me. Saw entire people I didn't know and felt they were longtime friends I recognized until sometime later when I would realize I didn't know them at all, at which point they weren't there anymore. Thought I was influencing the world with my mind and was terrified by the potential consequences. Didn't sleep. Went into periods of extreme aggression that I never remembered, and during which my friends said they could tell something was off, that I wasn't myself, and weren't surprised when I said I had no recollection of it. I really wished in lucid moments that someone would commit me, but nobody did, and I wasn't together enough for long enough to do it myself. I called a cop friend who worked a lot with mental health calls to try to ask him to help me get to a hospital for the issues, but he didn't seem to understand, or was just brushing me off because he was sick of my crazy bullshit. This went on for a while. I'm better now. Not good but better. Lot of medications and therapy, and practice at being a person. Get help when you know you need it. Schizophrenic with comorbid depression here. Schizoaffective. For me it started as distant radio murmuring, like having a talk radio on low volume somewhere on the other side of the house. There was the distinct cadence of human speech, but I couldn't really make out what they were talking about, just mumble mumble mumble. I was also paranoid of the people around me, and any time I heard someone whispering or laughing, and they happened to be looking in my direction, I knew they were talking about me or planning something, and began to worry that they could hear my thoughts. Early detection wise, paranoia and auditory hallucinations are definitely a sign. I brushed off the auditory stuff as some kind of sensory processing disorder or tinnitus, but it eventually got much worse. Paranoia, I believed, was just social anxiety, but obviously that wasn't the case. I had what is called an insidious onset, and things got worse so slowly that I didn't really notice the escalation of symptoms until I had a psychotic break. None of my friends, or even my psychiatrist, noticed for a long time. I'm now 38, and for the last 9 years or so I've had full-blown auditory hallucinations, paranoia, and phantom senses, but my diagnosis wasn't officially changed until a few years ago, because the onset was so slow, and I had so much time to cope with it, and hide it from the people around me. So, if you know someone with these signs, don't let them hide it. Ask them about it every so often to make sure it isn't getting worse. This doesn't exactly answer the question, so delete it if it breaks the rules, but reading this thread is freaking me out because I feel like I've had some of these signs, albeit not as intense. I have had a few, maybe 3, very intense hallucinations in my life. One time thought I saw the moon jump from place to another in the sky, realized it was day and I couldn't actually see the moon. One time thought I saw very tall shadowy person in my hallway, complete with breathing sounds. And for about a year, before I moved houses, I was convinced that my neighbors were watching me through their front windows. I was actually thinking they were recording me and streaming it to the internet. I don't know why I thought this, but I was sure. The logical part of me knew this was incredibly unlikely, but it got to the point I wouldn't leave my basement if I could help it, because I didn't want to be seen. If I had to go in public, I would act natural to not embarrass myself in front of the internet. Worst part being I wasn't even a young kid with an active imagination. I was well into my teens by this point. I've also got some of the other basic symptoms, such as depression. It seems to run in my family, so I didn't question it too much, and random bouts of extreme anxiety with no discernible reason. These sessions can last usually a week or two, a month at the worst, and I feel like I have to avoid verbal contact or just social interaction with anyone in general, with the exception being my girlfriend. She definitely knows about my anxiety. I'm very open about it to her, and she's very helpful and understanding when I just need my time. And my two closest friends, also very understanding. I tried to be as descriptive as possible to help. I've wondered before if it could be the signs of schizophrenia. Is this just a normal thing? Was I right? Is it maybe something else that I can do something about before it gets really bad? Thanks in advance to everyone willing to help. The Redig community is awesome. My brother was diagnosed with schizophrenia after a long 6 months of on and off episodes, ending in involuntary admission to the psych ward at least 5 or 6 times. Typically it was pretty easy to tell when he was having a hard week, or if he had stopped taking his meds, things like heightened paranoia and being blatantly cruel or vulgar, because it didn't matter. As things got worse, he would sleepwalk and have angry screaming matches with no one. He has no memory of these events. Weed and alcohol were also huge triggers. They lead him to get very defensive and fixated on doing certain things with certain people who aren't in his life anymore, like old friends who no longer lived in the area. It peaked at a family Christmas party when he was talking to my cousin's boyfriend. It looked like they were having a conversation, but once you started listening in, it was obvious my brother was not actually talking to anyone present, but was being extremely aggressive. Then comes the suicide ideations, the "I will kill you if you don't let me kill myself" stuff. This was only 2 years ago. He's medicated now but still has bad days. At least now we all know the signs to watch out for before the dangerous break comes. The sleepwalking and misplaced anger is the biggest red flag, because he was always the quieter, more relaxed one in the family. My eldest brother has just been diagnosed with schizophrenia after being sectioned. It started when he was a teen and I expected it then. This was 10 years ago, but obviously he always refused help. Didn't think there was anything wrong with him. It started with the mindset that everyone is out to get you. Kids on the street were playing. He'd start arguments with them, as if they were conspiring against him. We couldn't cough or whistle around him, because in his mind we were doing it to piss him off. Eventually started believing that my other brother, who has severe autism, was out to get him too, and would make noises, typical behaviors of highly autistic individuals, to annoy him, and he became abusive towards him. It was a hard time. He had another stage of believing all pop music is about the devil, the government is out to get him, and turned to evangelicalism for a brief time. He'd spend all night roaming the streets, vandalized a stranger's car, because he thought the person who owned it was someone he knew, and whenever he was at home would start destroying windows / anything he could find. He never admitted to hearing voices, but it became so apparent at that point, because I'd hear him having full-on conversations / arguments with himself. Must have been torture. He's on meds now, and doing a lot better. 80. When I first suffered schizophrenia, it was after a month of excessive ecstasy use. I physically felt an empty onset of a headache type feelings throughout the 3 months I suffered symptoms. I suffered hallucinations and voices in my head, but was totally aware that it was most likely a result of excessive drug use, and that the voices would go away once I recovered from the damage done. I kept everything to myself as I was pretty overwhelmed by the experience and was unsure how I would be perceived forever after if I explained my situation to family and friends, especially if the symptoms subsided shortly. After talking to someone, we talk to ourselves all the time in our head, trying to make life decisions. When the voice of reason or argument in your head start to cause you to become emotionally involved in your own thoughts, and then you no longer feel like you are thinking things through yourself, but rather listening to alter opinions, debate topics for you. After a few weeks of first noticing voices and arguments in my head, the amount of sides or voices in moral or logical discussion increased and started to detach from topic and become hostile to one another. I felt like a bystander of my own thoughts, as I was aware that taking ecstasy every day for a month would have caused the voices, so it was possible to ignore them and pretend that I was suffering to anyone else. After 3 months of a pretty empty, confusing delusional life, I was contemplating suicide and other drastic solutions to this. I hadn't had drugs the whole time, but things weren't getting better. One day a friend offered me acid, and I thought back, quote, things can't get any worse if suicide is seeming like a logical choice, and thought, if I come out worse off then yeah, life's over. As soon as it kicked in, the empty headache feeling I had for 3 months disappeared and never came back. Point, my mental health has suffered from thesis experiences, but my understanding and first-hand knowledge makes things okay. My ex/a girl I spent time with actually told me about she sees shadows of dead people in the dark. Sometimes she knew them, like a deceased relative, and sometimes they were strangers. To my understanding, there was always a crowd of people where one person stood out. She said this had been going on since she was very young. She is 17 now and has been to a therapist. There were a lot of things going on in our relationship, so worrying about an illness or her story was, well, let's just say it was the least of my concerns. However, reading these stories and thinking back, it is quite worrisome. When it came up, she also spoke very condescendingly about therapists and professionals which she saw. She always said how they are lunatics that want to make you believe you are horribly sick. Those are not the exact same words, of course, but you get the gist of it. Again, the relationship was a giant mess with stories I really shouldn't dig up again, so please understand when I did not question it any further when it came up. Plus, I was really freaked out, didn't have a clue of how I should deal with it. I just wanted to brush it off and thought, I don't care what it is, I can take it, I can be there for her, it will pass. Well, we went our separate ways, so yeah, I'm just very scared of the thought of her being alone out there. Got any advice for me here? It was more so a main course of paranoia with a side dish of schizophrenia, but the early signs for me were catching sight of people/figures in the corner of your vision and then turning and they weren't there. Could be walking down an empty street or through my own house when everyone was asleep, but I'd think I saw someone in my peripherals and then I'd turn and there was clearly no one there. I know this can happen to perfectly mentally healthy people too, but it was happen for more frequently that just the odd trick of the light or whatever would cause point similar to the above but for sounds. Thinking I was hearing someone walking up behind me or just up around the corner, but then look back or turn the corner and no one there. Point, hearing faint voices. This was possibly the most infuriating one. Hearing voices talking and knowing they were talking about me or about something important, but not quite able to make out what they were saying or figure out where they were coming from. Point, starting to distrust people I had known for a long time and who had given me no reason to distrust them. Went right along with feeling everyone was against me/out to get me. Basically starting to feel like I was in my own Truman Show, but more sinister than that. Point, those are just some of the main early signs I had. So my aunt has schizophrenia and we really aren't sure how to deal with it. I'm actually not sure how much of the story to give to ask the question I have. I guess I can start with her symptoms. Let me preface that I'm obviously seeing all of this from the outside and have no idea what she experiences and has to put up with on a daily basis, so if any of this sounds harsh, it's probably because I have no idea why she does these things and don't really know how else to explain her actions. I've read a few comments that fit her condition exactly. For one thing, she thinks that artists on the radio are speaking directly to her. She believes she has a personal relationship with many of them and even has warped memories of meeting them. She also warps memories of her childhood. For example, she remembers things happening to her that actually happened to my mom, her sister. She tends to think that people who talk to her about her illness are out to get her and put her away. She hates her other sister, my other aunt, because she is often the one to speak to her about getting help. She is also very volatile towards men, and I suspect this is because she was in an abusive relationship for a while when she was in her 20s/40s. She also hears voices speaking to her through the TV too and thinks she used to work with Ralph from Cake Boss. I'm not sure how many of her characteristics are the schizophrenia, and how many are just her personality. She is very quick to be offended, like she takes things the wrong way all the time. And she tends to not listen to other people when they are speaking, and somehow always bring the conversation around to talking about herself and how hard her life has been. She does things that seem really selfish, like giving away things that belong to my grandma for Christmas. They live together, and spending my grandma's money on really pointless things at the grocery store. My grandma is pretty sick too honestly and almost never eats. She weighed 86 pounds last doctor's appointment, and my aunt is constantly eating the things in the house that my grandma would even consider eating. She can't keep a job, but can do a few things around the house, but it takes her a very long time. The things she does get done, she uses the tools to do it in excess. For example, she uses like half of the full bottle of dish soap to do the dishes. This excess also extends to her hygiene/makeup routine. The amount of makeup she puts on and the way she does it makes it obvious that she is mentally ill, and she will often use an entire bottle of lotion in one sitting. She is a sucker for Ponzi schemes, and is always trying to order degrees, like a degree for completion of a pharmacy technician program, online. She has a tick where she clicks her fingernails that are disturbingly long together all the time. That's certainly not all of what she does, but it's a pretty good summary. The first thing, point, my grandparents refused to acknowledge her illness when she was young, and now through some unforeseen circumstances she is my parents' responsibility. Point anyway, so my mom and dad are pretty much the ones that take care of both of them, and things would be significantly easier if my aunt would get some help, but she just won't. I guess I'm trying to ask, what do we do? Can we do anything? We can't force her to get help, right? My grandma has her own severe set of mental problems, and it just feels like there is no good ending to this whole mess sometimes. Just wondering if anyone had any advice. The whole situation really wears on both of my parents. They are getting up there in age themselves, and I don't think this situation is good for them. Kyle 12's partner here. Point, in April 2016 I lost my father to a drug overdose. He was found in a public toilet. My younger brother, just turned 21, had a really hard time dealing with it and blamed himself because a dad came down for his 21st birthday. He lived 6 hours away. The first sign I got from my brother was that he called Kyle 12's phone at 4:30 am in the morning and asked to speak with me. He said he wanted to make sure I was at home and okay because he heard someone's body being dragged past his bedroom window and he thought it was me. He then asked to speak with Kyle at 12, who was on the toilet, because he thought I was being held hostage by whoever, and they were telling me to say I'm okay, even though he just spoke with Kyle at 12. His psychosis then got worse from there, and he made up a whole new life in his head. He said our mother and father weren't his mum and dad, they were just people he knew. He said he was being held hostage by our mother who he lived with. He would just say a lady named Marie who is holding him hostage, and that the food she was feeding him was to fatten him up so she could eat him. He then started to sit there and just laugh at what I think was voices, and when you would talk to him, he would just straight up ignore you. There's a lot more, but I think this gives you an idea. Point, he is now in jail and has been for around 4 months now. He is being medicated and is almost back to his normal self. We can have proper conversations with him, and he no longer hears voices etc. Point, and recognizes our parents as his real parents. Someone very close to me in my family, without revealing the specific relationship, was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, a real lovely cocktail of schizophrenia, bipolar, and depression. I can't speak for their subjective experience, but in retrospect there were some early indications. Their habits had always reflected being bipolar, stretches of being up for several days, manically creating, then being down for a period. Lots of self-diagnosing and misdiagnosis. Lots of symptoms of depression. Point, I don't clearly remember what the first real schizophrenic symptom I was made aware of was, but I do remember hearing that they had a psychotic break. Some signs made a lot of sense in retrospect. They've always been adamant that the family dogs were able to communicate with them with various gestures such as eyebrow raises or head movements. They've also created many inventions which purportedly provide free energy and send out their designs to major celebrities and institutions. Nowadays, they're receiving treatment of a large cocktail of drugs, which are constantly being altered to ensure that the drugs are working, since it seems like most of them are only effective for a short duration, before they need to change to something else. Some symptoms they've described to me: pattern recognition, in a wide variety of forms. This has included people in public conspiring to communicate about them, or their loved ones, using information that said people wouldn't otherwise know. This has taken the form of communication in hand gestures, writing of a childhood nickname on a chalkboard, and people around them secretly communicating personal info or directions, mission updates to them and their partner. A variety of coded messages in media, such as the designation of a codename referenced repeatedly in various songs, movies, and television, shows the belief that several multinational agencies, i.e. governments, corporations, are communicating mission directives to them. There are some other symptoms and data here, but I've already shared a lot of details that are personally revealing should they come across this thread. So I'm going to stop here. A really good friend of mine was diagnosed several years ago. I know it's not actually me, but I find his symptoms pretty fascinating. At school he was always a very big weed smoker. He blames this on a large part of the reason for developing it. He got a flat at about 18, and as the weed smoking and drinking continued he became increasingly reclusive. He would refuse to let people in his flat and only went out at night time. He later told me his symptoms began as he became paranoid about dogs, and how he thought the government was spying on him through their eyes. He was eventually sectioned, and was placed in our local mental health hospital. Until one day, there were a couple of the maintenance guys replacing a light outside his room, and he thought they were rigging something up that would gas him at night. In desperation he piled all his clothes in the middle of the floor and set them on fire. Because of that he was moved to, and spent the next 3 years in secure units in York and Huddersfield. He's 30 now, and last year only just got off his community order, which prevented him from staying overnight at anywhere other than his stated address, or getting a job. He still struggles with the side effects of the medication he is on, and has a lot of depression and anxiety. He's a good friend and always was at school. It's a tragedy that he has spent the past 11 years dealing with the aftermath of a psychotic break when others would spend their 20s building a career, having girlfriends and starting families. He doesn't feel able to do any of those things, and feels as though it's all passed him by already. I'm 23 years old. I was diagnosed with schizophrenia when I was 18, and then later diagnosed with schizoaffective, bipolar plus schizophrenia disorder at the age of 20. I don't have the best memories of when I was younger, but I can say I always remember having symptoms. I used to be really scared, because I would hear people talk to me, and not see them, or would see shadows and flashes of objects. When I told my parents about it, they told me it was ghosts, and that gave me a rationalization for it all. I never thought I was sick. When I was younger, I thought I was special, because I could hear and see things other people couldn't. Looking back, my childish innocence spared me from a lot of the realities I was dealing with. It's hard to detect anything is wrong when you're so young, and I even doubted it when I was first diagnosed. I take medication now, and have been 4 years now. After finding some that work, they have helped me become more productive and actual function to a degree. Even on medication I still have symptoms, and a lot of my symptoms are linked to my mood or emotions. I find any strong emotion, good or bad, seems to make me have episodes or breaks, whatever you wish to call them, even on medication. The best way I would say for someone to detect their symptoms is to seek help for what they are struggling with. For my case, I sought help for the depression and anxiety I felt due to my schizophrenia, and I found other people's experiences and thoughts to be very similar to mine, which helped me realize that this may be what's been ailing me, but also that I'm not alone in my experiences, which I always thought I was. Insane amounts of déjà vu. I had a feeling I had lived my life already, and had already died. I had a feeling I was living in an infinite cycle that could be resetted. I did stuff in the wrong order. Because of this, I locked myself in. I went through social isolation for about 6 weeks, and I had this idea that I needed to break the cycle of infinite repetition. I assumed if I did the wrong thing I would get a reset in life anyway. So at first I tried suicide with laughing gas. I emptied a bunch of cartridges in a bag, and then tied the bag very tight around my neck. Obviously this didn't work. I tried for about 3 times. Another time was when I was on my motorcycle and was in a traffic jam. I had a sudden urge of feeling haunted. I drove in between still cars at a very high speed, hoping I would either escape or die. Another one was where I thought I could break the cycle by getting a tattoo. If I did something wrong I would just got my life reset anyway. After the tat though I got a little bit better, but things didn't really hit off. After I started to smoke some weed again, I realized it's all in my mind and I need to get my shit together. Started meditating and went back to school again, and as a person I just work harder in general now. I only smoke once a while, like every 2 to 4 weeks, but it did help me. Alcohol still triggers me for some reason, and gets me back in that state occasionally. In general I get depressed after a night drinking, so I don't really drink anymore. I'm not sure if this is schizophrenia, but occasionally it comes back, and I still hallucinate quite often. I'm in a far better state now than I was before. Not quite on the question, but it may be pertinent to someone, and it was a slightly nerve-wracking 10 years. My father was a psychologist in practice with a psychiatrist. I'd stop by his office sometimes and hitch a ride home after school because I hate buses and didn't always like walking in the heat. Point I was never bored enough to do homework, but I did enjoy flipping through the DSM and the other books on hand, and one day came across schizophrenia and was intrigued by the symptom of hearing voices, which, being a 15-year-old dumb as I assumed, meant any internal auditory stimulus. I'd been hearing music for as long as I can remember. So long that initially I was hearing it before my brain had developed the interpretive capability that converts the source of music into the language we use to communicate to others with. Point that is to say, I was hearing something like the sound you hear when a doctor uses the amplified stethoscope on a fetus, so the parents hear the heartbeat and blood flow. Only I was hearing it slower and deeper, and usually only when I was going to bed. It kept me up many nights. When I got a little older, it suddenly became music. Not music that someone else wrote, but music I'd never heard before. And I started hearing it less at night, and I finally realized more when I was zoning out and saw something in motion, like lazily sitting on a beach on a warm day watching seagulls. With birds it's usually a float point, so I self-diagnosed schizophrenia and freaked out about the possibility of it getting worse and having others find out about it for the next 10 years. I finally discussed it at a Christmas party with my girlfriend's assistant's husband, who was a psychiatrist, and said I should get a second in office opinion, but he felt it was fairly safe to conclude I had an odd form of synesthesia, and yes, that's what it turned out to be. Point that was neither the first or the last time I felt like an idiot. Wow, I'm glad there are so many others out there. Schizophrenia makes you feel alone. The first sign for me looking back was being paranoid about everyone was plotting against me. This started at a very early age, but I didn't realize I was schizophrenic until I was 19. I started hearing the voice of my mother suddenly and clearly. I could have headphones in, or be in a crowded room, or be alone, but I could always hear what she was saying above everything else. The weird part is for a moment you think it's real. Point I made the mistake of pushing off getting help. I rationalized if I could identify my reality I'm okay, even if my brain is playing tricks. I started seeing people everywhere. Kinda like how you think you see something out of the corner of your eye. But imagine you look over, and whatever you're scared of is there, and you make eye contact. It takes your brain a couple of seconds to will it away. It's scary as hell. I didn't get help until I was 25. One night I had a hallucination I couldn't get rid of. Most of the time I could calm myself down and talk through my situation until I willed the hallucination away. Then I had this horrific night. I saw a man holding my son by a noose, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to go away. I watched my son die for 3 hours. I was sobbing and a mess by the end. I questioned every memory I had. I had been holding on to reality by a thread without even realizing I was slipping. Anyone reading this that thinks they may have anything going on like schizophrenia, go see someone. A big problem with things like schizophrenia and borderline personality disorder is that there are very few outward signs until you are too far gone. So you need to talk to someone or no one will ever know. I was diagnosed as schizoaffective when I was 11 and my hallucinations started. Just auditory at first, hearing someone call my name. That developed into a specific voice, the voice of my abuser, a family friend, and then my own voice, but it was not me. It's hard to explain. Eventually that evolved into full conversations, where they'd tell me to do horrible things to myself to punish myself for various imagined slights. I started self-harming. Then the visual hallucinations started. Shadows would always be bigger and darker than they should be, and they would dance, and twist and break off into shadow creatures that would stretch, and twist and reach out for me. Their fingers were like knives, and I would scream, and fight them off with whatever was closest. I was constantly terrified. When I was on my meds, I had no hallucinations, but was always on the lookout for them. Even though the meds helped, I was so paranoid about them coming back, or overpowering the meds, that they only barely helped. When I was off my meds, I wasn't in my right enough mind to warn people when things were going downhill, but I lived in constant fear and anxiety. I was literally pulling all of my hair out, picking at my skin until I bled, self-harming daily to try and drain the bad out of my body. It made sense at the time. Hallucinations are garbage, and living with them is a constant waking nightmare. Not me, but I have an uncle who is now diagnosed with schizophrenia. Growing up I always just thought he was kind of an odd quirky dude, but he mostly just presented as being really immature and not very intelligent. The first signs that he has an actual problem were that he started having all these bizarre theories about the world. The first one I can remember is that he got rid of his microwave because using microwaves causes cancer. It eventually devolved to him having a complete inability to take care of himself or really manage his life at all because his quirks would get so out of control. Recently his thing is that different color clothes will make him feel different things, the most prominent one being that he can never wear anything black because it makes him feel like he has glass scraping against his skin. Sometimes it'll take him an hour or two to get dressed because he'll just be changing outfits trying to get one that feels right. I honestly think it's unbelievably sad because I know that what he is experiencing is his reality. He can't hold a job because he's constantly late because of the clothes issue. He qualifies for free rent and food stamps, but he's too high functioning to qualify for any more help. So he mostly spends all his time sitting around his house watching TV, which no doubt fuels his bizarre theories even further. He goes back and forth between his schizo episodes and being a complete zombie from the meds he's on, but the meds always get less effective over time until he starts having episodes again. I seriously feel for anyone who personally has gone through this or had a family member go through it. One of the saddest conditions I think a person can have. My next door neighbors are both very schizophrenic. They are an older married couple. The wife has stacks of newspapers that touch the ceiling because she believes that the landlord that moved out a year ago has been sending radioactive waves into their living room. She taped paper over their retro television screen because she said Mr. Ed is looking at us through the TV. One time when I was younger she came to my parents' apartment and was telling us that there were clowns walking up and down her stairs talking about her. Recently her husband came over to my apartment and he's trying to come clean from being addicted to tramadol for many years, so he wanted to try medical marijuana to help with the withdrawals. Before we started smoking we had a very confusing conversation with him telling me that he had jumped parallel universes and he is the new Paul and his nose is completely different than what it used to be. He was also telling me that he would look at the walls in his room and portals would open and he would see reptilian people speaking with aliens, or sometimes the portals would show maps with the answer to life in them. I've known this couple my whole life and they were always very sweet people, but the both of them had always been very suspicious of everyone around them. They would frequently change the locks on their doors and they would always keep their blinds shut closed. We had to create a secret knock so when we would check up on them, they would open the door. I don't know if that's good enough as an early sign, but I definitely feel like their extreme paranoia was a pretty big first sign for them. I've told both of them many times that they need to seek professional help and I've offered to help them the best I could, but they refuse to believe that they are schizophrenic. It started when I was super young, in the 3rd grade. Whenever I was sent to my room, ghosts would talk to me and comfort me. Next, it was seeing bugs everywhere. Feeling ants crawling on me as I lay down to sleep. Then, it was everyone and everything was against me. I was bullied throughout middle school and high school by most people, so that didn't help things. After high school, things took a turn for the worst. I always felt like someone was watching me, and people were always talking about me and making fun of me. This led to being put into a mental ward 3 times during the same year. In my 20s, I saw doctors and was medicated. At one point, I was taking 14 pills a day. If I told my shrink a pill wasn't really working, they'd just increase the dose and added another. It was hurting me, so I was on additional meds to combat what the psych pills were doing to me. I gave up one day and just put all of them down the toilet. I'm in my 30s now and haven't taken any psych pills in many years. The sights, sounds, and feelings are still there and very real to me. I went 20 years without medication, so this feels normal for me. I may feel like my neighbor is mocking me. I may hear a loved one call out my name and talk to me. I may see random things scurry across the floor, but I definitely feel much better than I did on pills. I know at some point I'll have to go on the pills again. However, at the moment I'm able to tell what is real and what is just my brain trying to make me think is real. It does involve a ton of pep talks to myself like that's not really there, and those people are laughing at something else. I was once diagnosed with schizophrenia, however I was recently re-diagnosed with bipolar. I've been hospitalized about 8 times and have taken a variety of medications. My immediate diagnosis was off. When I first went to the hospital, I was placed on some medications and then the doctor started asking me if I heard voices. I was hesitant on the answer and had not been sleeping well and said yes even though I did not clearly hear any voices. They asked me what the voices said, and I said I did not know. I do think that I was having a difficult time focusing, and my mind was not functioning properly. However, I do not think I was at the level of schizophrenia. At the time in my life, I was drinking a lot and smoking weed occasionally. I had started drinking and smoking fairly early, around 9th grade. I do not believe this was healthy and lead to some slow mental development. After the first visit to the hospital, I was placed on antipsychotic medication which I have had some horrible reactions to such as vertigo, paranoia, and out-of-body feelings, where I cannot be around anyone in the afternoon. After some time of working with doctors on medication, going to see counselors, and changing my lifestyle, I have come across some understandings of myself that help me stay stable longer and remain more healthy. Staying away from caffeine, alcohol, nicotine, and weed are critical for me. Additionally, sleep is very important. Every time I have had difficulty in the past couple years has been around the time that I'm not sleeping well. Not doing well generally involves a lack of mental clarity and ability to make decisions that are good for me and my family. For example, I started a new job and was having a difficult time adjusting to the environment. This was causing me to stay awake at night and not get enough sleep. I started thinking that people never died and or were reincarnated holding an agenda for their future lives based on previous lives. This made talking to people extremely difficult because I did not know if I could trust anyone or what they wanted, even if they were the most kind person. I, as a machinist/engineer, thought I needed to quit the job and live life with a purpose, which I rationalized as moving to a country without a lot of resources and trying to work for/start an engineering company in that company. Within 24 hours, I was in my car driving to South America from North America. This was not a good thing. I did not call into work, I did not call my wife, and I just left. My grandparents live 8 hours south of me. I ended up at their house for the night, tried to sleep, could not, and then got in the car and tried to drive 8 hours north again in the middle of the night. I was driving and bumped into a car on the highway. These people took my plates. Then I continued driving and tried to book a hotel to get some sleep at a hotel with a Hooters attached to it because I thought I could find a hookah there. Not really sure what I was thinking. Did not sleep. I got in the car again and was driving until midday the next day. I was exhausted and my brain was not functioning. I was thinking that I went through a time warp while I was on the highway. I decided to get off at an exit somewhere, seeing a truck with a golf cart in the back of it. When I got off the exit, I decided to jump onto the back of the truck, trying to unlatch the golf cart. I found I could not unlatch the golf cart, and I jumped off the truck while it was driving around 35 miles per hour in front of a house I thought was my wife's house from the future. Since I went through that time warp, I walked into the house. She was not my wife and told me to go outside. I went outside and she called the cops. The cops thought I was on drugs and put me in handcuffs. Took me to the hospital where I was drug tested, found clean. I told them I needed sleep. They looked up my history and gave me some medication that had some really horrible effects on me. I tried to break free of the hospital a few times and had some weird experiences. I stayed for about a month. One of the ideas that I have had about my experiences are that my ideas may not actually stem from me. Of course, I'm responsible for my actions and my choices. However, I started having these ideas after when I finished high school. I wanted to be a better person and relate to people better. I realized I was not able to think as clearly as other people and retain what I read as easily as other people. I thought it had to do with my imagination, so I started doing exercises with my imagination to see if I could change my focus and see the same experiences in different ways. For example, focusing on different things in the shower, like thinking about the soap aroma instead of the hot water. I tried this when I read, when I played video games, when I talked to people, and really worked on understanding the world differently. What immediately started happening was my imagination started growing, and I started having really obscure thoughts arise like death, birth, meaning of the world, meaning of understanding, and so on. I found after I opened the door to seeing that I can change how I perceive the world, I was unable to change back to thinking my thought process was the only way of thinking. But ideas kept invading my mind, even invasive ideas, and it became harder to focus. I became fearful of certain situations and had some strange experiences. In high school, I was always busy. I tried to focus on always being with friends, playing video games, or doing drugs. I never let my brain relax with imaginative ideas like reading or watching TV. I kind of believe my outbreak in ideas has to do with my brain not getting a healthy dose of relaxation that something like reading or sleep can create, and it became open to ideas. Sometimes I think these invasive thoughts are a natural part to our neurological system and a way for the brain to say, give me a break. You're overstimulating me. Since this change, I have dealt with some ideas that bothered me when I was younger, like my parents' divorce and other things. I've worked with doctors as they've put me on every medication, and I've had a lot of bad experiences on the medications. I've also had to learn some self-discipline, like how to focus on projects in school, how to exercise, how to eat, how to avoid alcohol and drugs, etc. It's a work in progress, but I think it's going fairly well. I felt awake. I could see things which were not visible. I thought my friends were plotting to kill me, and that I had been alive for thousands of years. That the town was on a witch hunt, and I had to remain hidden. Every minor grievance someone had with me came to mind and tortured me, to the point where every misgiving in how I treated people was blurted out confession style after a week of staying awake non-stop. Halloween, I could hear children laughing outside, but it was almost demonic and very distorted. I have gone to a casino, and it is like caricature humans walk through there. Disfigured and almost maniacal or hysterical they appear. One of the first signs was an awakened feeling. The next was every page on the internet being a never-ending conversation. It was like wherever I clicked, page after page, there was a continuing conversation in the ads or body of text telling me to shut down. Like, do not continue, but onward I went. The dopamine rushes were particularly pleasing. It was like well done things other humans did were pleasure provoking, almost like you could connect to their soul in that instant and feel what went through them. It was exhilarating. Occasionally things appeared, like a hanging visible sign that was on my hand telling me to place my hand on someone else. Only it was fire and in front of my eyes. Going to a place far away and seeing blue thing before me, understanding it was tied to me. Symbols being given. Most things are gone now. The dopamine rush is transformed to being there mostly when in communication with the Lord, or should I please him. I rarely see visible things which should not be there. Logical inconsistencies send me on a trip. I tried doffing myself, and as I lay down to die, chemically, the sun was tilted at a 45-degree angle toward one pole, yet when I awoke no time appeared to have gone by, yet the sun was on the opposite pole's angle inclination point. The birds were a constant. I at first thought they were observers from some hidden society and they were encouraging me to newer heights. Thoughts would come to mind as they chirped. Like, I want you to look upon these minerals and tell me what you can figure out. I stopped trying to talk to them when I saw an odd stone that I could not believe had been earth made, and it was odd. Almost like silicone wafers, but in some crystal material with highly complex structure. It freaked me out, and the birds went on a cackling spree around me. They still poke fun of me. Yet one time I went out to walk and had grown tired of their heckling. I saw a line of birds on a fence that stood there, beautiful songbirds. I understood they would be the ones to help me against the hecklers. They flew away, and I still occasionally hear one of them singing. Before then I do not recall hearing birds sing besides Shrek movie. I went to therapy for a while, but I felt the drugs were making me very apathetic to things, highly emotional to humans, and zero energy for doing things. Like I was in a dull state of mind at times. I stopped taking it out of principle. Eventually they found something which made me feel sharpened, but I read up on it and feared it had things which could transcend the blood-brain barrier and build up. My brain started feeling rough at times and would cause me distress as pain spiked through it occasionally. I stopped attending therapy and stopped with the meds. I went to church and feel like that is where I belong. It is odd, but seeing human behavior around me and something coming to mind and it being affected sounds like crazy thought, but it is thing which show out eventually. If I observe think this human is a bit of an Avilda and her words have been identified as oppressive. Oh wow, she left but on the last few days her facial structure kept alternating, and I was not the only one who noticed. This other human jokingly calls herself a witch to me when we are alone, and I get a sense of foreboding, like tread carefully, as well as a tinge of adrenaline. Oh look, we are going to drop her off, and 25 feet from her house a flash of white, almost like a giant SUV, appeared to almost crash into our car. It was like, whoa stop. Her daughter it turns out worships death. Like what? And in prayer there is a blockage. Someone here. Ask the Lord, if will he show who and block her out. She shifts and goes to the designated area I asked, and never returns to our meetings. I firmly believe Joel's at 28, and in the ends of days I will pour out my spirit over all flesh. Apocalypse talked about the heavens being opened, and Moses had to wear a veil, lest the Israelites be driven to madness. The veil is being lifted, and we are driven to madness. I believe they shut down most madhouses because they were full and reprehensible things were being committed. Secure your soul. Do not let anything vile touch it. Filter as best you can. Learn scripture for it is edifying to man. Life is on track now. I'm eternally grateful. Have a blessed day. Not schizophrenic, but I do have hallucinations. I'm actually bipolar type 1. Which a lot of people don't realize, can also hallucinate. My first sign I guess, was seeing things move out of the corners of my eyes. Then I would look straight at it, and it would disappear. I think everyone probably thinks they see movement like that sometimes, but mine just kept getting worse. I also hear music quite a bit. For years I thought my upstairs neighbors were playing loud music at random times of the day. Now I'm not so sure if that was actually happening or just an auditory hallucination. Now I see what I call shadow people or demons. They are made out of swirling black smoke and have glowing red eyes. They can see me and realize that I can see them. Some of the demons are animals, especially wolves. It's rather terrifying to hear something or sense movement and turn to see a shadowy wolf lunging at your face and then disappearing into a puff of air as it bites your face off. That's happened quite a few times. One time, when I was driving I saw another car come zooming in from the left through a red light. There was a car to my right in the lane over, and I came so close to swerving into them and causing a terrible wreck. I made a conscious choice to try to protect them and take the brunt of the impact myself, only to find out that the incoming car was made out of smoke and disappeared as it hit me. Usually the demons and shadow people are silent, but one told me to kill myself one time. It was oddly compelling. I could barely stop myself from following the orders. What snapped me out of it was curiosity. I was like, why the fuck does it want me to die anyways? Is it trying to protect me from something horrible that is going to happen? Or is it just evil? Or what? I managed, through much trial and error, to find a medicine called risperidone that pretty much completely blocks my hallucinations. They are kind of coming back a little, but I can always move to a higher dose to see if that helps. So my ex's mother had late onset schizoaffective disorder, which is an ailment that includes schizophrenic symptoms. Long story short, she had a total breakdown and destroyed almost her entire life before she was diagnosed. Looking back, there were signs going back a few years before she went full paranoid delusional. She started withdrawing from more and more people, saying they had done her wrongs, that they swore up and down they hadn't. These were people she had known and trusted for years, and the claims became more and more outrageous. Eventually she was convinced her husband was trying to kill her. The firemen who came to the house to check for the gas leak that her husband had caused to kill her were in on it, and that's why they said there was no leak. She ended up filing for divorce during a psychotic break, throwing away their life savings and withdrawing heavily from their joint retirement account. Had him arrested twice. Both were bogus charges. Attacked a dentist for trying to kill her. Was arrested over this and a few more things. She eventually got the help she needed, but it all started slowly. All of that said, just watch for abnormal mood and patterns. Not things like being beachy for a day or two, but starting to be mistrusting of things for no reasons, withdrawing from society, etc. So my neighbor ended up being schizophrenic. Being with an LMFT, I could have spotted it now, it was so obvious, but I was a teenager and my only experience was movies. For those in this thread that don't know, it often hits males in their early 20s, and symptoms can be exacerbated by drinking. That was the case here as well. So a family moved next door to mine when I was about 17 to 18. Since I didn't know him beforehand, I didn't have a reference for this guy. They moved from out of state, so I tried to be friends with the son John, not real name. John was just weird. He had a very relaxed, almost surfer dude chill, but would just say and do weird things. He bought an old police car which was kinda creepy looking, and he said he wanted to go to Canada. Not weird, except he's 20 and in school. The big thing is that one time he asked me if I was ready to go down the rabbit hole out of the blue. I said okay, sure, and we went to his room and he showed me a YouTube conspiracy video that was so bad and poorly done even your grandma wouldn't believe it. It was mostly just normal footage with scary narration. I pointed out some of the errors, and he was kinda shocked by my logic. I didn't know at the time that this is what you're supposed to do. You have to challenge their false reality. Essentially he was paranoid / conspiracy theorist schizophrenic, but I just thought he was weird and stopped hanging out. Years later his parents told me they figured out his schizophrenia. I felt bad, because if a single therapist had seen him, they could have figured it out earlier. Late to this, but maybe it will help someone. I wasn't diagnosed until my late 30s, early 40s. My diagnosis is bipolar with delusions and schizophrenic tendencies. When I'm in a manic state, it's when it really kicks in. I know that people in a room are talking about me. I have seen people following me, to the point where I'll change where I'm walking to or pull my car over so people will pass me. Sometimes I feel that I know which scratch off tickets to buy, because I'm 100% certain it is a winner. When it doesn't win, it's because the guy in front of me in line could read my thoughts and I know he bought it, even if I didn't see him buy it, or the cashier switched it out for the same reason. I could read people's thoughts or make people do things because I thought hard enough. Coincidences happen just enough to prove me right. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't want that label on me, so I never went to a therapist. Being in nursing school made me realize what it was. I began seeing what was a delusion and what wasn't. Although sometimes, even though I was telling myself it wasn't real, it really felt like it was. Then I got a very stressful nursing job and the delusions were happening outside of my manic periods. That's when I finally went and officially got diagnosed and put on meds. I haven't had a manic period in over 5 years. Unfortunately, I can still feel the calling of someone talking about me or following me, but now I can completely talk myself out of it. The first time my meds needed increased, I was able to figure it out myself. I pulled the car over again thinking someone was following me. Sitting in the parking lot, I said out loud, well shit. Called my therapist and got in that day and meds changed. Point. I'll stop there. There are many more things that I was certain of, and I'll answer questions if anyone has any. Not a schizophrenic, but I lost my brother to it. It developed around the time he was 18 over 19. I was only like 14 at the time, so my recollection is a little spotty, but some of the highlights. He had a woman inside him named Don. They were going to start an organic ranch together. There was a baby dragon in his stomach. Point. He would drive around listening to a loop of Reality. Used to be a friend of mine. By PM dawn once he was driving at night and closed his eyes and took his hands off the wheel because Jesus was taking care of the driving. He wasn't religious. He took out 60 feet of fencing before his car stopped. Point. He slit his throat in an attempt to kill himself, but his roommate needed to pee, so he let his roommate into the bathroom to pee. His roommate called 911, and he survived and spent a month in the psych ward at a hospital. Point. He eventually borrowed a car and made it to a freeway overpass and swan dove off the bridge onto the freeway. Overall, the biggest thing was that he seemed to display a total lack of understanding of the consequences of his actions. The morning he killed himself, he was lobbying hard to go to a festival the next weekend, like he didn't realize no festival if he was dead. He got the shit kicked out of him at a rave for giving some beautiful women beads. He made it roughly 2.5 years between when things really ramped up and he died. I think that I have problems with delusions, and that's something I never told my doctors. Mostly I would be, at the same time, convinced about X thing, and knowing that can't be true. But I've caught myself getting into some rabbit holes recently where it took me 20 to 30 minutes to snap out of it and come to that can't be true part. Point. It's so fucking scary and makes me feel crazy, so I just kind of ignore it. I'm on antidepressants and it didn't happen since, so it feels even more stupid to speak to my doctor about it now. Point. That's something that I have since childhood. I remember standing in front of my parents' bedroom door and listening to hear them breathing so that I can go back to sleep. With time that habit fizzled. Now I just stare at my cats until I notice that their bellies are rising. Point. And that I feel evil presence and now I'm scared is so fucking dumb and I just can't say it. I know that it isn't real. Can't be. But few weeks ago I felt it so hard that I stopped with what I was doing so that I can go to my bed and be safe there. I'm almost 28. This isn't something I'd like to say out loud. This is first time ever that I mentioned it to anyone. Point. My diagnosis changed over years. From anxiety, OCD, depression to bipolar 2. That is a current one. Symptoms of SHC and BAP overlap. Feeling of being important. People talking about me. People plotting against me. People hating me for no reason. Being paranoid about getting doxxed. Being paranoid in general. Lol. At the same time feeling like I'm awesome and biggest trash ever. Feeling like I'm smarter than psychiatrists because they don't get me and I can fool them into thinking whatever fits me. So yeah, when you put it like this, it doesn't sound too nice, but my doctors are convinced that I have mild insert diagnose. They wrote, when I felt most scared and like I'm losing my mind, I was totally open about anything. They told me it's mild. It never felt mild, but I guess I can't know that for myself. This is my friend's current experience. He isolated himself for about 2 years, heavy Ritalin and weed usage, and he would just work on his artwork. He is very talented. He makes a living with freelance work, murals etc., but he eventually just would forget due dates, forget conversations happened, and this started a cycle of even more isolation. Eventually, the friend group started noticing the odd connections he would start to make with people we knew. Hard to give an example, but everything around him was about him. Then I started getting calls about how current events, Mac Miller, the Supreme Court sheet, were all connected, and everything was scripted. Basically, for the last 6 months, everybody has kept their distance. I try and talk to him as much as I can, but it's full-fledged everybody is out to get him. refuses to see or talk to any therapist because they are in on something. And that shadow comment makes sense. He refers to the internet that way. People around all social media platforms communicate with him. It is all more of a narcissistic psychosis. He keeps trying to figure out some grand puzzle of the world. The way it is summed up best is, if he solves this problem he unlocks fame. The entire experience has made look at mental health a different way. I'm sorry y'all had to experience this shit. Since I was young I hated every person I talked to me. I don't care about others, or even myself. I felt empty, like it was impossible to make a connection or just to simply feel anything. I didn't want to be like that. I knew it was wrong being young. I didn't know this was just who I was, but I tried to change it, and I did so well that no one could tell who I really was, not even me. But these thoughts and feelings always came back. I started to be alone. I got the idea the energy of the world was trying to show me how to live. They told me how my life will go and what I have to do. It was never voices. The energy would turn themselves into thoughts I knew weren't mine. I didn't see myself as human, more like a tool for people's happiness. I knew I could never be happy, so I would do anything I can to make others happy, even if it meant that I suffered. I didn't care what happened to me. I didn't enjoy living for the sole fact that it bores me. I didn't feel like a good person. The thought of a slow death would actually make me smile and feel calm. Soon I was always trying to kill myself. Then it turned into wanting to hurt, maybe even kill others. That's when I knew I was getting out of control. But even then I waited 3 years to say something. Get help. When you know something's wrong, it'll save your life and others. I'm not personally schizophrenic, but I lived in a house with one of my close friends in the time period where he descended into it. This was all during college. The first warning that we all missed was during a discussion where he let us all know he had been at a party at another house and a room full of people had ridiculed him for no particular reason, at the whim of one of the guys living in the house with us. At the time we assumed he was just being sensitive about getting teased about something and didn't think much about. Then in the following weeks he kept announcing that similar situations had happened and began telling us that he was certain that housemates of ours were beginning to establish a hive mind on campus that was set on undermining him. In hindsight, this was the moment we should have started seeking help, but at the time we still didn't think much of it. Then he started avoiding us. If he was home, he was locked in his room. For those of us that lived in the house with him, if he saw any of us anyway, he would shudder in fear and turn the other way. For anyone else, he put on this facade of business as usual, was like there was absolutely nothing wrong with him. This was the point where we started reaching out to his family and learned that his mother suffered from a pretty extreme case of schizophrenia. But I'd reiterate that if anyone not living with him was around, he would snap back to normal as if nothing was wrong. Then started these Facebook rants. Not like normal political sheet. I'm talking about 10-page rants about how carrier pigeons radically changed the outcome of the 100 Years' War. Sheet that you don't think about until you've spent 12 hours doing nothing but clicking through random links on Wikipedia. That was when other people started believing that something was wrong. It got worse and worse before we were really able to do anything. But I guess to answer the question of the hour, if anyone unironically uses the term hive mind or implies that there is some kind of personal conspiracy, that's an indicator this is the most important one for me. If someone who spends a fuck ton of time with this person says something is off, but you investigate and find nothing out of the ordinary, don't just decide that nothing's wrong and move on. Do everything you can to get them to voluntarily seek counseling, even if it's just to prove they are okay. I'm a bipolar paranoid schizophrenic. I was misdiagnosed with AD and prescribed Adderall XR that I took one day, and I ended up in the hospital the next after a psychotic break. I had moved out west on my own and was very isolated, and my body was still recovering from coming off a steroid cycle. For a whole month, I was delusional and believed in this thing called One Direction, that people were only moving in one direction and never missing a step and going backwards because it would be inefficient. I also fell into this color game where I believed the color green was always in front of me to my left. It must have just been a coincidence that someone in a green coat would sit beside me on the bus, or that there would be a green colored car traveling beside me while on the bus. I assigned colors to a meaning White green meant proceed, yellow meant careful/cautious, and black and red meant stop or wrong way. I'd walk for hours in circles acknowledging these colors on people's outfits or cars, and it was definitely sensory overload. One day at work I just snapped, and I had to leave early, and then I took an Adderall, after going straight to the pharmacy, and I couldn't sleep for 3 days, before I ended up in hospital. During the psychotic break, I aimlessly rode a bus for hours with my eyes closed with Ride the Lightning by Metallica on repeat, because I thought I was riding the lightning, blue and yellow city bus, and that it would save me. The end of the line came, and I played dead. I was in a completely comatose state with my eyes closed, and I refused to open them. First the bus driver shook me, then the police hauled me out of the bus, then the paramedics strapped me to a stretcher, then I was in some sort of waiting room or cell before a group of people restrained me, and took some sort of blood pressure or something. Then I woke up in the psych ward and was there for about a month. Had 2 more relapses after that around the time I was cycling off roids, so now I just don't bother with them anymore. It's hard to offer advice for this, because you just aren't aware when it's happening, but my advice to those already diagnosed, or those currently in hospital, is to seek help whenever you think you need it. Always stay on your medications, and books and Google are your friend for researching your mental illness. Also avoid marijuana, but alcohol in moderation is fine. Not diagnosed, but I'm fairly certain what I had during my mid-teens was some mild form of schizophrenia. It could also be normal teen stuff that I just didn't know everyone else was dealing with. While brushing teeth, I would look at the shower curtain behind me, through the mirror, and get flashes of some guy coming out from behind it. It made me really paranoid and anxious, and I had to force myself to logically think there's no way anybody could be there. While showering, I would close my eyes to wash my face and hair, and I would be terrified while not being able to see. The idea was that any time I couldn't see, something would appear. I lived in a small house in the garden, separate from my parents' house. Every time I walked in there at night, I would get mental images of monsters standing in there, and I would be terrified until I could turn on the light and confirm nothing was there. It was a really vivid image, and I would be convinced it was really there if I didn't try so hard to use my sense of logic. I would have voices telling me, at random times, that I'm gay. That's all they said. It was more annoying than anything, but I figured that to make them stop I had to go on their turf. I created a being in my mind to represent the voice, then I destroyed it. Since then I haven't had any of these things happen. Doesn't sound like the best way to deal with it, but here I am. There's no indication that I'm abnormal today. I was diagnosed with schizophrenia about 3 months ago, and to know what I have now has been such a relief. I started entering psychosis about 3 years ago during a summer break getting ready for grad school. My so would whisper things mostly, so I thought, under his breath, and occasionally, when I wasn't looking, yell things like "I never planned on marrying you" or "fat slob." Being my own brain playing tricks on me meant it knew exactly what to say in order to make me resent my partner and retreat inwards for a long time, which usually led to drinking. I really thought I was being gaslighted, because when I confronted him, he would deny it. Fast forward to my last semester of grad school and the TV started talking to me. I'm talking full blown responding to my thoughts and stuff like that. Also the voices were literally so loud that I went to my car to sleep thinking that would help somehow. I thought that I was healthy for whatever reason, and this was somehow the universe making me into something way bigger than I was, so as a result I didn't do my work, got too many incompletes, and was matriculated from grad school, which sucks. But I'm staying positive and have plans of going back. But to answer your question, it was definitely back when I started hearing the whispering under the breath. I'm not schizophrenic, I'm bipolar. My most recent snap from reality happened early this year. I was in the basement of my home working on getting our home's heat turned on before an ice storm. I was under a lot of pressure, and mania had me rolling hard to get it done. After a while I ran into some issues and things stopped working out for me. I was getting frustrated and confused. I was tightening something instead of loosening. I was too far gone at this point to realize my simple mistake. At some point during my task, my family returned home from the store. That's when I heard it, my son crying, wailing. It just kept going. I started to wonder why he was so upset, and I started to get upset at those seemingly ignoring whatever he needed. These cries were terrible cries, not from a child merely upset, but from a child injured. The cries broke me down, and I had enough. I went upstairs to investigate, only to find my son sleeping. I can't explain the confusion I had when I had visual confirmation of my son asleep, with his cries absolutely wailing inside my mind. I walked outside of my house, 50 feet away to my garage, sat at my desk, and I could still hear him, just as loud as ever. I was freaking out at this point, and I panic called my cousin. While explaining to him what was happening, it was like someone slowly turned the volume down on the cries until they were gone. I can't listen to my kids cry anymore. When I do, I feel like a panic attack is coming on. I genuinely believe I have some form of PTSD now from this sheet. I can't get in to see a doctor and my medication ran out. I was coming down from that at the time, and I wasn't prepared for how hard it would hit me. Previous episodes were never this intense. It would just be me hearing someone calling my name that wasn't there. It was pretty rare, maybe once a month. I worry about a day where I may completely check out. I don't have it, but I know people that do. In fact, I was the first person to report the odd behavior to the concerned people. Look for quarrels and not getting along and aggressive / pecking behavior in college / schools. Mild, hard to latch onto. Look for fantasist behavior, thinking that some cute guy's attracted to them and such. Again, mild and hard to latch onto. Look for genetics. This should be one. A regressive parent who gets into fights outside, if he's a man. Super honest, at least they claim to be, and they are in some respects, but the aggression, it's not a quiet silent anger. It's reasonably visible, with a desire to talk and talk and talk for hours on end, explaining and asking for explanations, but getting angry and talking your frigging ears off and making you sit and listen to it all until they cool off and then lose all interest in following up on the big life-changing chat. Lot of family meetings where they talk for hours. Violence doesn't have to be a broken nose and things like that. Could be just hitting you on the head and grabbing your arm, but with a lot of talk /1 to an hour at least, and yelling / shouting loudly in public also. But they make sure to clarify how wrong you are and how right they are, and there may be quite a bit of truth to it. Sounds very reasonable until you realize other people don't get into fights and quarrels in public. Doesn't have to be always with you / with people generally poor / weak / no power. Look at the big picture of their relationships / behavior. Strained relationships with close relations, uncles, aunts, that sort of thing. Mean-spirited, treating poor relations badly. Aggressiveness towards the weak / poor / as whole is a good word that frequently fits the behavior. Aggressive / overly sensitive behavior and gambling could have stopped it and such. Ask if they took a financial hit on gambling / races / cards / anything at any point in their life. Also, expensive purchases. Could be pastry / food. It'll fit the general lifestyle. Need not be extravagant, but after winning / gambling. Clutter. Important. Lots of furniture. Packed room with knickknacks and furniture. Don't like open spacious rooms. They'll change the layout to something ridiculous with no open / airiness. It'll be jammed with furniture. So much so you may need to navigate a maze of articles. Also, they may have been super neat and tidy, picture perfect early in life. In the younger years, everything in its place. Not everyone has voices in paranoia, but it varies. Look at the family tree. In fact, the person I knew managed just fine at work with absolutely no paranoia, but the child had it, and it cropped up much later in age. So, don't bother comparing two individuals looking for similarities, since it's quite variable. Big picture always. Entire family, entire persona, are looking for a person who's trying to boost his dopamine, but it need not be obvious drug taking and such. Gambling, talking. People like to talk, but they are also aggressive, especially in a winning situation, and unforgiving. Inconsequential mistakes give them a chance to lecture and talk, but perfectly good parent / person, no molesting etc. Not necessarily. Don't assume deviant behavior of any sort. Look for the super honest. Ask family members. Righteousness. Can someone please help me understand the difference between true delusions and merely entertaining the idea of something weird? For example, when I was young I entertained the idea that I was a robot and would find little bits of evidence that could back up that claim. I never worried about or obsessed about it, but I accepted that it could be true, since I wouldn't actually be able to know for sure. Same with living in a simulation. I also noticed that a lot of the ideas I would come up with would be made reality. Video games, inventions, etc. I thought that it was possible that maybe I was the perfectly average person, so people observed me to learn what the general public wanted, but I knew that the idea was crazy and not true. Again, it was just the idea and the possibility that interested me, and the only time I even thought about it was when I'd noticed something made that I had thought about before. One of these ideas that did scare me was a few months ago. I had a dream about being abducted by aliens and they've always freaked me out anyway. I couldn't sleep for a few days afterward. I'm pretty sure that was just anxiety, which I do suffer from. I never really truly believed in aliens or that I would be abducted, but the anxiety was there. Sometimes when falling asleep I'll be woken up by a voice, usually calling my name. This happens so rarely that I don't pay it any mind usually, and since it only happens at night while I'm between sleeping and waking, I've never worried much about it. And once I hear it, or sometimes it's just a loud sound, I'll be awake and not hear anything again. What do you guys make of this? I was diagnosed with GAD and OCD. This comment thread is killing me. I know seeking assurance is ill-advised, but I can't seem to stop googling symptoms online. I've started going to therapy and taking a low dose of Lexapro, and am doing well generally speaking. However, every so often I seem to get triggered and start worrying that I'm slowly losing my mind / sliding into schizophrenia. As far as I know, it does not run my family. I've never had any sort of hallucinations, and I do not have any major false fixed beliefs. That being said, I do sometimes have intrusive thoughts that pop into my head that I equate to paranoia, which only furthers my fear of developing schizophrenia. Additionally, I constantly listen for my name being called, and I'm a bit embarrassed to admit, but always seem to notice Mini Coopers when walking through the city to work / leisure. It's not that I think I'm being followed or anything like that, but I can't help seeing them all over the place. It's like I'm driving myself crazy. I once watched an interview on YouTube with a schizophrenic who mentioned that he started seeing cars that his friends and family also drove, and started thinking that they were in these random vehicles. Before I watched that video, I caught myself thinking about my friends / family when I'd see a car that I knew they drove. I completely lost it, thinking to myself, wow, here's a strange behavior that I engage in that a schizophrenic does exactly the same. What gives? Overall, I'm able to shake it all off and soldier through my day, but it's frustrating having constant doubt about my own sanity and being pulled out of the moment by self-doubt. I wish there was a way to know definitely that I'm okay and not experiencing the symptoms of schizophrenia. Am I the only one who looks at a list of symptoms and thinks, wow, that's me? I should also note that I've struggled with intrusive thoughts my entire life, but started having panic attacks at the age of 27 at a time in my life where I was habitually stressed out at work and at home. I was also drinking a lot of coffee at work. I'm now 30 years old, and I'm told that schizophrenia in men typically develops much earlier. I thought I was a million people at once, just switching bodies. I would misinterpret real events occurring that would back up the grand delusions I was having, that I was all these people at once. My head sounded like a conference room of all these people deciding what our actions would be. I was like at the center of all this. I was the only one aware of it. All the people I met I had to question if they were real or a manifestation of my other selves. Don't want to give the wrong impression. Schizophrenia is not split personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder and DSMV. All these ideas were part of grandiose and paranoid delusions. Also, please don't say schizophrenics. This puts the disorder first. In the mental health field, in which I currently work now, we try to use person-centered language. Please say people with schizophrenia. We don't need to be applying master status to people. It's hard enough to establish an identity outside disorder. Using person-first language helps people realize they are, or can be, whole people with full lives. They are not just the disorder. If you put the disorder first, so will they. Full disclosure, I live with psychotic disorder not otherwise specified and PTSD, not schizophrenia. When my symptoms were active they were much like schizophrenia. I'm not schizophrenic, but my oldest brother was diagnosed really young. I remember from an early age something really distinctive about him. He'd say something, and then he'd mouth exactly what he just said. That wasn't a huge thing, but definitely a tell looking back on it. As we all got older we all started smoking weed and drinking together. At 16 he started using harder drugs and I think it fueled his disorder. He started talking to the TV and my grandma just coddled him and refused to let him get treated for whatever reason. By the age of 23 he was talking to trees and gods, thinking he was a vampire slayer. The list is endless. He was very violent at points and really scary honestly. I felt like I was the only person in my family to say stuff like, hey bub, let's just go listen to some Sublime and chill. Want to show me the new bass riff you made up? And not pretend like what he was doing was real. My grandma's played into his delusions. To this day I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do or not. But it didn't feel right to me, so I never did. He's now in prison and he'll probably be there for the rest of his life sadly. He went too long without professional help or guidance. He went and broke into several people's houses because they were all the antichrist and eventually tried to burn a church down. I've always had a very rocky relationship with my brother, but I love him and I really hope that he eventually gets the help he needs so he can come back to reality and work towards release from the prison system. My mother has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. For the family, it seemed like things escalated really quickly over the course of just a few years. But if I'm honest, when I look back, the signs were there. She always insisted that every TV in the house be on. We always assumed it was because she was a bit of a princess and didn't want to have to bother turning it on when she went to a different room. And she would listen to them so loud that I thought she must be going deaf. I now know she was trying to give herself a logical explanation for hearing voices. It couldn't be something in her head. It must just be a TV in the other room on another channel. She blamed lots of random things on my father trying to mess with her. She hated him. So like, she would trip on something that was laying in a doorway and she would say that he had put it there intentionally to try to hurt her. One year, he accidentally bought sodium-free green beans when shopping for Thanksgiving, and she accused him of trying to sabotage the holiday. She would lose time or not really be aware of time itself. I remember once in high school, after I had started to drive, she asked that I keep a list of what activities I had on which days, so that she could know when to expect me home. It was certainly reasonable, so I did it. One evening, I got home after a theater practice that concluded around 8, and when I walked in the door, she was livid. How worried she had been, and why hadn't I even called, etc. I told her I had written down where I was going to be, and showed her the sheet. I was actually home earlier than I had estimated. She looked at it, and told me that no, today was Wednesday, it was actually Thursday. I pulled out my phone, and showed her the date, etc. but she still didn't believe me. As punishment, she said I needed to be home every day by 5, which would have meant I would have to drop out of the play, which was shit, because I had a lead role. Eventually, my dad intervened, and I didn't have to drop out, but she never believed me. There were 1,000 little stories that I can look back on now and say, oh hey, that was the schizophrenia. But at the time, I thought my mom was just bizarre and unreasonable.